So welcome to the Minnesota Roadshow, Changing World Mechanisms. My name is Megan Williams. I'm a senior advisor at Business Finland, Invest in Finland, and we have a wonderful webinar planned for you today with some great speakers from the energy, IoT, and digitalization sectors. We have planned in the next 3 hours to dive deep into these sectors to discuss what what are some of the technologies and innovations in the energy sector as it relates to smart grids and energy storage in both the US and Finland? How has digital technologies and IoT helped to transform the energy sector from both the US and Finnish perspective? What does the future hold? Where are these industries headed? Lastly, how can Finland and Minnesota work together in these areas to bolster business opportunities? I want to thank everyone for participating, particularly I want to give special thanks to 3M, the Finnish American Chamber of Commerce, and the Minnesota Trade Office for helping to organize this event. And we look forward to a very fruitful conversation. Our first guest is His Excellency Mikko Hattala. Mikko Hattala is the Ambassador of Finland to the United States. Ambassador Hattala has acted as Finland's ambassador to the United States since September 2020. Before coming to the US, he was Finland's ambassador to Russia, and he has also served as the foreign policy advisor to the President of Finland. Earlier in his career, Ambassador Hattala has worked in Finland's representations in Brussels and Kiev, and published articles on Eastern European politics and economy. I would now like to welcome the ambassador for his opening remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, dear friends. I'm happy to be here to open the Roadshow event. I know we have been together with Business Finland. We've been planning for this for a long time with partners in Minnesota and Finland. And even though I'm really happy that we can continue networking and meeting virtually, I really look forward to seeing you all in person. I'm also planning to visit Minnesota hopefully later this year. And of course, I expect that I would be able to take a business delegation with me so that we could enhance the partnership and actually make it more concrete. So that's my plan, and I really hope to get there. Finland and Minnesota have long and close ties. There are more than 60,000 Finnish Americans living in Minnesota. It's an active community and really welcoming environment for us Finns. And our president, Niinistö, he visited the region just a few years ago, and it was a really very successful and warm visit. A Finnish-American Chamber of Commerce in the Twin Cities has been also helping businesses come together since 2010. So it's been 11 years, and we continue to cooperate with the Chamber of Commerce in this partnership. I just had a virtual meeting last week with the Governor Tim Walz and Economic Commissioner Steve Grove, and it was an excellent and warm meeting. And of course, we decided that we will move ahead with the partnership with Minnesota. Of course, this partnership is important given the fact that currently US is the most important trade partner for Finland in value-added basis. In direct numbers, the US rose to a second place in exports from Finland after Sweden last year. And US continues to be the biggest single source of foreign direct investment to Finland. We are looking for ways to make these connections easier. We would like to encourage more business and investments and also create frameworks that help bring Finnish and American ecosystems together. At the bilateral level, besides our very deep security cooperation, the most exciting possibilities for Finland and US are in the field of high technology and climate. I think it's crucial to help our economies recover from the pandemic quickly, but it is just as important to make sure that the recovery is sustainable. For Finland, our aim is to be climate neutral by 2035, which is actually quite fast. And which means also that our businesses are and need to be at the forefront of green growth and clean technologies. Governor Walz and I agreed to build a more structured long-term relationship between Finland and Minnesota, especially in sectors of green economy and digitalization. We count on all your active involvement to make that happen. There are already great companies and regions represented here today, and they are actually really excellent examples. You already have some of our biggest Finnish global companies present in Minnesota, from UPM to Ponsse to Uponor and Rapala, and many more. And of course, I hope that many more will come there, and vice versa. We welcome Minnesotans and business from the state to come visit us in Finland. I'm really glad also to see example the Salo Internet of Things Center speaking today, and hopefully a fruitful cooperation can be started in this sector too. I would like to warmly thank Elaine as our honorary consul for her important work, and Gabrielle from the Minnesota Trade Office speaking after her, and Steve, who will be coming on later in the program, for our already close and excellent cooperation. I look forward to working with you in the future. Finally, thank you, Megan and Business Finland and all who helped plan this event for bringing us together. I wish you all a successful day of discussion and most importantly, practical cooperation and business. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for those very insightful words. Our next guest is Ms. Gabrielle Gerbold, Executive Director of the Minnesota Trade Office. Mr. Bold was appointed in April 2017 as Executive Director of the Minnesota Trade Office, the state's official export development arm. As Director, Gabrielle is responsible for developing the state's international marketing plans, identifying international market opportunities, managing trade missions, guiding the development of export education programs and promotional events, and overseeing a staff of regional trade managers. Gabrielle, we now welcome your opening remarks.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you to our hosts, Business Finland, 3M, and the Embassy of Finland. Ambassador Hautala, thank you for finding the time to meet with Governor last week and for opening the idea of a memorandum of understanding. I believe the outcome was very positive and we look forward to the next steps. Given Finland's progressive approach to climate mitigation, carbon reduction, electric vehicles adoption, and innovation that supports all these trends, it is only natural to develop that already existing framework for collaboration. We will be ready to greet you, Ambassador, and your delegation in the fall if possible, as we can still feel, as you said, the positive momentum of President Niinisto's visit during the 100 Finland's anniversary in 2017. From a trade perspective, we continue to have an excellent partner in Finland. The Minnesota exports declined around 10% during the pandemic, but a few markets and industries literally thrived during these uncertain times. The exports to Finland were majorly in medical and optics, machinery, electrical equipment, and an incredible but no surprising increase of 26% in vehicles. And those are not trucks and cars, but ATVs and snowmobiles from one of our 16 Fortune 500 and my former home, Polaris Industries. Very proud. In the terms of foreign-owned companies operating in Minnesota, they invest $35 billion in plant property and equipment and generate around 160,000 jobs for Minnesotans. And that was in 2019. They represent around 40 countries from around the world. And in those foreign-owned companies, we have 10 Finnish companies that have chosen our state to set up their operations. I would like to mention, echoing the ambassador, Uponor, that it first opened the North American manufacturing headquarters in Apple Valley in 1990 and has expanded his exporter campus numerous times since then. Uponor added another facility in 2017 in Hutchinson, and with Bill Gray's leadership, he's been a great partner to DEED, which is the Department of Employment and Economic Development, and all our team. Uponor received the Governor's International Trade Award in 2019 and the Minneapolis-St. Paul Business Journal's 2020 Minnesota Manufacturing Award, recognizing Uponor with Sustainability Award. From a diplomatic perspective, Finland is represented in Minnesota through its consulate and our own honorary consular in Kumpula. Elaine, thank you for your partnership all through these years, and I hope to see more in the next month. And finally, the Minnesota Trade Office continues to explore initiatives with Finland through our own regional trade manager, Steve Riedel, who you will hear later today, and our relationship with the Finnish Chamber of Commerce. So thank you very much for having me here this morning, and please contact us. We're here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Next, we have Ms. Elaine Kompola, the Finnish Honorary Consul. Elaine is a lawyer by trade and helps corporate clients manage international assignments of top executives and other key employees, planning through localization or final departure from the host country. She coordinates complex global assignments, ensuring that employees enter host jurisdictions on time and in compliance with destination country laws and regulations. Elaine also represents domestic, foreign, and multinational clients on U.S. immigration matters. Elaine?
Thank you. It's lovely to see everybody here today. And I do want to say, first of all, thanks to 3M, Ambassador Hautala, the Embassy of Finland, Megan Williams, and of course the rest of the Business Finland team, and the Finnish American Chamber of Commerce for Minnesota. This has been just a wonderful group of collaborators bringing us to this day and to this event. So thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the local scene, so to speak, here in Minnesota, because we've already had a chance to hear about some of the exciting things that are coming through between Finland and the state of Minnesota. And on the bigger picture, of course, we've heard from Gabrielle and from the ambassador, but if we distill it down a little bit to what's happening here, I'd like to talk about what we have. So when Finnish companies are considering locations for a launch pad in the United States, and when American companies are thinking about expanding into Europe, what I think Finnish companies should look to Minnesota, and Minnesota companies should really look to Finland. And why is this? Well, this is what I see on the ground as the honorary consul in the Twin Cities area. I see Finland and Minnesota as being alike in many very important ways and many good ways. We share a climate that's quite similar. We have a population that is similar in size. There's a work ethic that we see where you put your head down and you do the job and you get it done. A high value is placed on education. There's something that I see in Minnesota that I would consider to be Finnish, maybe if you broaden it out even to Nordic, but let's talk about Finnish. Some values that come from those roots. And one of those that I always think of is be on time. I got that from my dad. I learned that over the years. But there's also a high value of honesty and integrity in doing business, a high value on quality, appreciation of nature, and then thinking about the future, thinking about the climate, caring for the planet, the Internet of Things. So it's really a good synergy where I see a lot of opportunity and an easier way for companies coming from Minnesota and going into Europe to go into Finland, and from Finland to come into Minnesota. Also, in Minnesota, we have the right organizations to help Finnish companies with a soft landing here. We have the Finnish American Chamber of Commerce Minnesota, which has been mentioned and been very active for the last 11 years. You've already heard from Gabrielle and the state of Minnesota and how the state can help in terms of companies starting to start business in the United States. We also in Minnesota have other chambers of commerce. There are a number of Nordic chambers of commerce, and we often get together and work together, whether it's Finnish, Norwegian, Swedish, and the state of Minnesota also has a chamber of commerce. So there are many different ways that people can get in and get networked. And then, of course, business, well, I think is very important. It isn't everything. When families and people come here, there are a lot of other good opportunities culturally and educationally. Things that we have that are connected between Finland and Minnesota. Here in Minnesota, there's the Finnish American Cultural Activities Organization. We have Suomikoulu and Salolumpi for the Finnish language opportunities, as well as the University of Minnesota, which teaches Finnish as a language, and my understanding is will continue to do so as long as the University of Minnesota is here. We also have cultural opportunities through FinFest, which is a national festival that travels around the United States, introducing Finland and Finnish America to other parts of the United States and connecting with folks there. It's not just a festival. It's one where there are, good, solid lectures talking about history, talking about connections and culture. So it's a really interesting opportunity. And then we also have civic involvement with the Sister Cities program, thinking about the village of St. Anthony and Salo, which has had certainly some involvement in getting us together today. And we're going to get to hear from Salo. Also Minneapolis and Kuopio. These are good, solid relationships that we want to continue to build with, and that we can do that through business, but through other opportunities as well. So I'm very excited to hear about the rest of the day. I wanted to thank everybody for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. We've just heard some wonderful opening remarks. I now want to take a few minutes to introduce you to our Business Finland/Invest in Finland team. As mentioned earlier, my name is Megan Williams. I work for Business Finland, Invest in Finland in the clean tech sector. I am joined by my colleagues, Petra Soderling, who is working in the digital technology Invest in Finland space, as well as Marko Kuvisto, who heads the Invest in Finland clean tech industry from Helsinki. For those of you who may not be familiar with Business Finland/Invest in Finland, we are a governmental organization for innovation funding, international trade, travel, and investment promotion. The strategy at Business Finland has two parts: creating internationally networked and competitive business ecosystems, and to support and assist international growth for Finnish companies. Moreover, Invest in Finland is the country's official investment promotion agency. We offer a wide range of useful services for international companies and investors. Our mission is to help businesses to grow and prosper in Finland. We assist in facilitating new business endeavors globally. With that being said, we are here to help facilitate partnerships between businesses and create means of business opportunities in Finland. So there is a lot we do and we want to do, and working with companies and experts like yourselves is something we thrive in. Thank you. Now, moving on to our panel discussion. Leading our panel discussion today is Raul Koindina, CEO of Raken Energy. Raul, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Megan. This is really going well and fast for me, and I want to say a few things as with regards to the panel here that I'm going to lead. And I'm really fortunate on behalf of the Finnish American Chamber of Commerce to invite you all on this Changing World Mechanisms panel, because as you realize with the latest energy fact sheet that Bloomberg released recently, there are more than 18,000, almost 20,000 battery electric and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles on the road in Minnesota as we speak right now. And Minnesota has seen a negative almost 20% change in carbon dioxide emissions since last year. And couple that with the almost 25% change in the past decade in the productivity, energy productivity, which is defined as a ratio of the GDP to the electricity demand. So all these data points basically indicate to me, at least, that Minnesota is poised to play a leading role in the US on reducing carbon, and that makes this particular event so relevant. And Minnesota has a strong network of institutions that we partner with at the chamber, like Clean Energy Economy Minnesota, who bring the vital business industry perspective to the policymaking table. I want to leave you with a couple of facts and then get into the panel discussion here. For the first time, Minnesota renewables are actually the largest source of electricity generation in the state. Renewable sources provided almost 30% of Minnesota's electricity, including wind, solar, hydro, and biomass. Renewables accounted for 84% of all new electricity generation capacity added since 2010. And wind power is the cheapest source of new electricity in Minnesota, even on an unsubsidized basis. And then in 2020, for the first time, this is what really is exciting for me as an electrical engineer, the power imports into Minnesota fell to the lowest level in 2 decades. So, and thanks to addition of new wind and solar. So this is the reason why major Minnesota corporations have increased their efforts to procure renewable energy, like 3M, who we are going to hear on the panel, Cargill, Ecolab, Target, General Mills, and of course, the favorite company of all, from my perspective, Evergreen Energy, who have signed agreements for to power their operations with either wind or solar from projects representing over 1 gigawatt of capacity. So I think it is important for an event like this to take the business partnerships and make those relevant for what we're trying to achieve here. So I'm glad that we will hear more from companies and institutions in Minnesota and Finland on their journey towards climate change, energy, and digital solutions as we collectively map the future roadmap. So with that, I would like to introduce you to the esteemed panel members. We have John Podnure. He's the Director of Global Government Affairs at 3M. I'll let each of them introduce themselves a little bit. Tariq Samad from University of Minnesota's Technology Leadership Institute. He's actually the chair there. And then Heikki Kenninen, he's the head of technology at CETAL. The way to remember some of these names, I'm still learning, would be to just pronounce it like I see it. And then Harry Kauko Walta, who is the business development executive at Silo. So panel members, please, if you won't mind, turn on your video. Thank you. So I'll start off the discussion so that the audience is able to hear your voice, not only to introduce yourself, but also to weave in your introductory comments to my first question, if you will. So Harry, I think we'll start with you. We just heard from Megan Williams about the opportunities Finland offers, as well as the ambassador and other panelists even before this from a keynote address point of view. So how are you planning on leveraging those opportunities that Finland offers for Minnesota companies? You're on mute.
Yes. Okay, now. Thank you, Rao. Yeah. First of all, let me introduce myself. Harri Kaukovalta, and I'm a business development executive at Silo AI. And I have 20 years experience in energy sector here in Finland, mainly in the biggest energy companies like Fortum and Caruna, where I have succeeded to gain solid experience in driving major changes, major transformation programs, and implementing new business models, technology, and culture, while also helping these companies to meet their regulatory and transactional opportunities. But yes, what comes to the Rao's question, I want to highlight the current change what we are seeing here in Finland, especially in district heating and CHP system, which is undergoing major change at the moment. Just to put this into perspective first, is that the DH market share in Finland is close to 50%, but especially in the biggest cities, it's over 90%, while the power production by the CHPs is like 15% of the total Finnish power production. But about that transformation, we have already seen that the centralized fossil fuel-based CHPs, they are not profitable anymore, whereas decentralized heat production like heat pumps are taking over the market. While this also it means that it requires more storages, energy storages, different kind of waste heat sources like data centers, which is very good here in Finland. It is very beneficial for the owners of the data centers, but on the other hand, when you integrate that with the district heating systems, you can take the cooled heat into the heating network. But the overall several billions of euros are needed to be invested in this decentralized production with energy storages in Finland in the next years. At the same time, it requires then more real-time data and new type of IoT equipment solutions to enable this overall situational awareness of the system, while you are able to optimize and also decrease the level of the temperature in the networks, which is the one target what for Finnish government want to motivate the companies to do so. Yeah, this is the key message in this area, and of course we need also replace the power production for CHPs, and we are lucky at the moment. Wind power is to be invested with the same amount here in Finland and the coming years.
Thank you, Harry. I think some of us, the data geeks and engineering nerds, will get into these sort of details because that's what we need to talk about the specifics in terms of translating these goals into actions. And that's how, at least I think in my mind, we develop sustainable relationships. John, you have experience straddling both the US and the European markets, and so I believe you have a unique perspective here in terms of translating how these public policy requirements translate these requirements into investments in smart grid. So can you give us a little bit of your insight there?
Yes, well, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be part of the panel. I will just give you a little bit of perspective as to what our experience in the past decade and a half in this area has been. We provide products, of course, to market segments from the transmission component, low loss transmission and other elements, as well as some of the components that goes into smart utility boxes that have been jointly developed, especially in Europe, and now being globally introduced. In many cases, what I see is a trifecta of proper conditions that have to come together. First of all, because of the greater demand by the citizens of many countries that their governments and their energy providers provide those resources to them in a sustainable way, there is the greater political will to actually invest in these kinds of outcomes at the national level. Of course, citizen demand quite often translates into government policy. Those policies create a set of priorities that are assigned to individual ministries that have responsibility in these areas. And quite often they revolve around investment schemes to promote the use initially in the startup part of the process. And then all of these initial investments go through an inflection point where there's general market demand that creates the greater pull to move that forward. All companies generally are waiting to jump in that inflection point to basically surf the tide and be able to take advantage of the demand and be able to provide their unique products and services. The final component, of course, is where the industry is going, what innovations it has, what capabilities it's producing. So I see energy policy and the evolution of energy policy as a balance between these three components: demand by the citizens, government policies and incentives, and obviously the industry, both in the country and globally, as to how they're able to meet those expectations at a reasonable cost, given the national resources that need to be invested in those areas. I think Minnesota has led the way since Governor Pawlenty and his announcements in this area for the state. And I think the citizens of Minnesota continue to have high expectations for the kinds of resources that provide their electricity and energy to them. In Europe recently, this of course happened because of a lot of incentives that the European Union and other countries provided initially on a pilot basis, but ultimately those pilots became standard programs that are now fully industrializing and creating a smart grid in Europe, from measurement of consumption and adjustment of feeds all the way to energy mix production.
Thanks, John. That was nice to hear. That was very insightful and nice to hear about some of the pilots. And I was actually talking about a need for a pilot here recently as well. So I want to probably get back to that later in the conversation, but I want to drill onto the smart grid aspect here a little bit with Heikki, because Minnesota Electric Utilities, as John mentioned, are in various stages of the smart grid development, including advanced distribution management systems, advanced grid intelligence and security, and then automated metering infrastructure. There is no there are plenty of acronyms in this industry, as you all know. So a primary concern while implementing these new technologies is data privacy and data access. So I was wondering, Heikki, are there any lessons learned in your experience for Minnesota utilities as they roll out these technologies?
Yes, let me grab to that data access first. But before we go to your question, let me just quickly introduce myself. So Heikki Keränen, it's a pleasure to be here in this conference and the honor as well. And the company I'm with is Satel, and I guess many of the colleagues here, their companies and who they represent, they don't need any introduction. But maybe Satel is something that not so well known company. So Satel has been providing wireless connectivity solutions for 34 years now, and Satel comes from Salo Telemetry, so we are from the city of Salo, and I'm very proud of that. And me myself, I have been working with teleoperators and telecommunication infrastructure manufacturers, and now during last 7 years with Satel, so I have some 15 years of experience from teleconnectivity and telecommunications, and especially about telecommunications when it comes to critical systems, not consumer connectivity, but especially ones that utilities need, and that's basically my point of view today, and therefore I will be very interested to talk about this data access. So that was a good question, and certainly there's many acronyms, advanced distribution and advanced distribution management system, AMI, advanced metering infrastructure, so forth, AGs. I want to stress out that none of that would work without working connectivity. When all of these smart grid technologies and smart energy technologies, very often when they are illustrated, for example, in some schematics, you very often see a cloud, where on the other side of the cloud there's a smart meter, for example, and then on the other side there's a utility server or utility system. Now I want to emphasize the importance of that cloud. What is that cloud between the smart meter and the utility system, for example? So that would be connectivity technology there in between those two entities, and that is what when we go down to earth, that is what provides the data access, connectivity between the entities in the system, and importance of this connectivity is especially emphasized in those moments when there's something critical happening. For example, there's an issue in the distribution system, energy distribution network, smart grid has some issues. So during those critical moments is when you need the reliable connectivity. Then you need to be able to, as quickly as possible, find out where the possible issue is. So we talk about fault localization, and when you have working connectivity there, you can save. I mean, there are studies where you can save 6,000 euros or dollars, if you like, per failure point when you are having connectivity to those failure points. So that's also a reminder why we talk about technology and emphasize technology. It's not for the technology's sake itself, but technology should provide savings, and it will provide savings and benefits to all the players in the field, to the utilities, to customers, energy users, So yes, and then when you ask about data privacy as well, so going to the data privacy, I would like to elevate the question a bit on a higher level. So data privacy is part of cybersecurity in generic, and this cybersecurity is very often being illustrated by a triangle, not circle, but triangle with the three important corner points, C, I, and A. I'm not sure if that's a coincidence that it's CIA. Confidentially, integrity, and availability. And now of course, confidentially and integrity, they are very closely related to data privacy. That was part of your question. And when it comes to connectivity, it is very essential that connectivity itself does not break this link of confidentiality and integrity. So the connectivity should be secured and authenticated, so that there's no man-in-the-middle attacks or anything like that. So these are of course very important point, and those are the points that also the connectivity needs to take care of by their side, from their part. There are many entities in the picture, so all of them need to take care of the data privacy and cybersecurity. But so it's not only the connectivity, but the connectivity has this requirement as well. And then there's the letter A of CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And I want to stress that part of the cybersecurity, that the availability of data is very important. And basically everything goes down to euros and dollars. You don't get the billing information if you don't have availability of the charging records on the EMI system, or you are not able to reliably utilize all the benefits of smart grid. That smartness doesn't work if you don't have availability in your connectivity, and that would be then interesting continuation of the discussion how to ensure the data availability. But I guess with these words I already answered your question. So
thank you, Heikki. I think we are going to hopefully come back to data access and data privacy, especially I like how you frame the connectivity provides the data access. And I also like the fact that in this event we have new companies who are hopefully listening also to what you're saying on data privacy and data access. So I want to build upon that in terms of bringing in Tariq, who has worked at Honeywell for quite a while and then came to University of Minnesota's Technology Leadership Institute. So Tariq, in your experience, what are the three things that Minnesota does well from a business perspective that Finland should know about?
Thank you, Rao, and it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel. So as Rao mentioned, I'm at the University of Minnesota in an organization called the Technological Leadership Institute, where I hold a chair in technology management and lead a professional master's program in the management of technology. I've been at the University of Minnesota for 5 years, and before that, for 30 years, I was in the corporate sector with Honeywell here in the Twin Cities, and for especially the latter half of that time, I was really working primarily in various sorts of clean energy sectors, including smart grid and energy efficiency and automotive emissions and building energy management areas like that. I'm also on the board of directors of Clean Energy Economy Minnesota. I'll say a few more words about that as well. I've only been to Finland once and would love to go back, and that was many years ago. And we visited Helsinki and Varkaus, and I remember just being so struck by going to this small town in, I think it was an hour and a half flight north of Helsinki, and being blown away by the sophisticated automation, industrial automation technology that was being developed in this small little outpost, and just so really impressed with the technical caliber of the work that's going on there. So in terms of what makes Minnesota special in some ways, we have a corporate sector, I think, that perhaps is the first thing to talk about. We are home to many more major corporations in the state of Minnesota than you would expect from a state of about 5.5 million, which, by the way, is the population of Finland pretty much too. So, one for one match there, but really a large number of large corporate sector. And it's not just that, but it's how this corporate sector engages in various sort of initiatives that help drive the public good in many ways as well. And in particular, there's a lot of support for sustainability and clean energy and various major initiatives being taken there. And just for one example, a number of corporations have gotten together here in the state and have committed to, I think it's 1.3 gigawatt commitment of sourcing electricity from wind and solar. So that's sort of an example of that. And also, so there's a burgeoning startup ecosystem in the state as well, and the corporate sector is really very engaged with that, and many of them have set up accelerators and incubators, and we're also actually in that context bringing in entrepreneurs from outside the state as well. So as a state, we're really open and eager to work with sort of people and organizations that are trying to drive innovation in the sustainability area. So that's one thing. A second thing to talk about would be the presence of many public-private partnerships and the nonprofit sector that are also focused in this broad space of sustainability and clean energy. The reason for existence of these is manifold. So certainly, I would say job growth might be the #1 reason for many of these organizations, but CO2 emissions reduction, of course, is a major one as well. And then a broader sustainability imperative drives many of these too. And in this context, I would like to highlight the organization that I'm on the board of, Clean Energy Economy Minnesota, or CEEM. And I think one thing that's distinguishing about CEEM is that it reaches really across the political spectrum to create an environment for growth of clean energy. And just as one example, I think it's 2 days ago that Governor Walz signed a new item of legislation that was strongly supported by CEEM and other organizations as well, called the ECO Act. And this is targeted to clean energy and energy efficiency and driving employment in that space too. I think a couple of years ago, there was a statistic that there are 61,000 clean energy jobs in Minnesota. And I was looking up the number of Finnish Americans in Minnesota, and that's about 62,000. So we have a clean energy job for every Finnish American here in the state. So I think we should be trying to grow both those numbers together. So let's work on doing that. And maybe lastly, I'll just put in a plug for the program I'm involved with, and just not for that, but for the mindset that program and others like it are trying to promote. So the program is the professional master's degree in the management of technology. And as I said, there are other such programs in the state as well that are really focusing on training entrepreneurs and business leaders to think about the synergies between technology development, the business imperatives, and leadership and sustainability in that sort of joint context. So a lot of good things come out of this program and other programs, and we can point to many examples of significant business growth and significant technology developments. And this sort of not just certainly there's a lot of need to do deep fundamental research in many of these areas of clean energy as well, but there's also a strong need to connect technology developments with business requirements and with societal imperatives as well. And so a program like this really helping do that, and we're very strong in that in the state. Thank you, Rao.
Yeah, thanks, Raik. I'm sure we'll be coming back to some of these pieces as well. And I think to move along, we'll probably be taking some audience questions. But before that, as the audience get prepared to ask some of the questions based on your expertise, I wanted to ask Harry again, to bring you in and talk about this IoT, digital IoT space, and piggyback on some of the experiences that you have. What is a low-hanging fruit here in the digital IoT space that utilities in Minnesota, especially the newer ones that are coming on board, and I see in our later panels we have newer companies on the horizon. What should they know about based on your experience?
Yes, thank you, Rao. One thing what I want to highlight here is the real-time solutions for situational awareness, which are needed in the networks in the near future. This is one very important thing what we have experienced at Silo AI also, as we have delivered several AI-driven district heating and cooling system optimization solutions, which leads to less emissions, less fuel, and also lower temperature levels in the district heating networks. So it means also less losses in the network. But at the same time, it can provide the same or even more production for power production and power market optimization. The same we are doing in wind parks at the moment, but we are still missing certain smart IoT solutions to provide that really real-time situational awareness, which could then help us to and our customers to step into the next level in this system optimization. So it can mean also the same for the electricity networks, where we already have a good regulatory regime in place, which can partly provide the financing for these investments. Then we have also supported our customers in sector integration, with smart storages, where we can integrate the heat and electricity networks. This is also the ongoing change here in Finland, but it is very in the beginning at the moment. But it can, in the end, it can benefit all the parties. First of all, customers get reasonable pricing, energy pricing, and then also district heating operators, they improve their efficiency, network efficiency, but also energy cost efficiency in the network. And DSOs, they can then they are able to optimize their asset base. They don't need to take too much risk when investing into new networks or existing ones. But also in DSO side, of course, this demand response, kind of virtual power plants are hot topic at the moment, and we have seen certain investments here, but we are expecting to get more, and there we need more that kind of a flexible IoT equipment base to enable the aggregation of this virtual power plant. And of course, then we come back to the distributed production, EV charging, etc., with these system integration solutions. But yes, I think that we are seeing those changes here, and it's ongoing. So I think that this is a very good opportunity for companies to step into. Yes, thank you, Rao.
Yeah, and thanks, Harry. Because I think I want to bring in John, because I want to hear from his experience also. But I want to put a final point on something you said about demand response and distribution system operators. We don't have quote unquote distribution system operators yet in US, but we do have transmission system operators called independent system operators, ISO, and RTOs, regional transmission organizations. And then we have electric distribution companies, EDCs, who are right now actually in the process of discussing with their stakeholders on how to comply with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the topmost energy regulator in the US, on an order called 2222, which basically opens up the distributed energy resource aggregation opportunities and how they interconnect to the transmission grid. So, I would offer that up as a placeholder, if you will, for future discussions in this space. But John, from a 3M point of view and from your experience, how are you, positioning or thinking about, because, I want to pick up on that pilot experiences that you have had, if you will, and let our audience perhaps think about that a little bit more.
Yes, so what we see in many countries and many states in the United States, certainly, the pilot process is a critical process in gaining the confidence of the electrical utility, and certainly the national or local oversight agencies that approve installation and changes in form factors to other ways of operating the grid, because the grid is sort of the underlying engine that drives the economy, factories, businesses, service businesses, etc. Any change to the grid is of high concern to everyone. So I see a couple of trends that are dominant and seem to influence the adoption process, the adoption rate. One is, I would say, the thoughtful harmonization of standards becomes really important, because if producers of various products have to design their products according to different standards that are domestically created, this increases the cost for them, and therefore increases the cost for those who procure these products and then pass on that cost to the energy payers, the average citizen that consumes that energy, or businesses that consume it. So I see harmonization of standards as one of the drivers. And of course, the other one is tariffs on import and export of these products around the world. Beyond those two factors, pilots really serve as a conduit to allow a system operator to explore the dimensions and capabilities of the technology before they're fully committed to it. Pilots generally lead to reports that validate that indeed these kinds of solutions work in the system, and generally what I've seen in the energy sector, especially, the pilots tend to be fairly substantial. In Europe, roughly a quarter to a third of the grid was modified through the pilot process before the remaining percentage was then changed based on the results of those pilots. So the pilots were quite substantial in size. And as you can imagine, if you make a choice to use a particular technology or a particular underlying product and prove to yourself that indeed that technology has merit and potential, then it's very hard to sort of justify moving away from that technology to something else when you're equipping your grid with this new solution. So what we see is pilots really introduce the operators to a particular set of solutions that they become comfortable with, and usually after the pilot, they continue the procurement and investment from those sources and those companies in the long run. So I think being involved in the pilot is a critical part of being part of the implementation across the entire grid. If we sit out the pilot process, quite often you have much less of a chance of being able to be adopted as the de facto component of choice as they're being installed into the system.
Thanks, John. Tariq, you have some experience in this area too. I know you are a founding member of a smart grid interoperability panel back in the day. And when John says harmonization of standards, that's where my mind goes to in terms of interoperability and such. So would you like to share your expertise in this area?
Yes, exactly. So I fully agree with John. The importance of driving standardization and harmonization of standards is just essential. And the way to do that is not to just out of nowhere impose a new standard. Going through a process where things get piloted in various stages is really important. And the one specific example I can talk about here is in the automated demand response area, the OpenADR profile specification, which it was started in California initially because coming out of the Enron fiasco, and then Lawrence Berkeley National Labs took it on under some sort of legislation from the state government there, and slowly it built up. Some things happened in California, but that was just limited to that state. And then the Smart Grid Interoperability Panel was formed, which was a public-private partnership, and one of its focus areas, its primary focus area, one might even say, was sort of harmonizing standards. And the demand-side management and demand response area was one of the key topics there. And some things like this will sometimes happen on their own if there is enough incentive, and particularly economic incentive. But at the same time, in traditional industry sectors like power generation and distribution, there's a lot of conservatism as well, and things have been working, and so companies it's very hard for them to think about some completely disruptive technology and start implementing it. So having some incentives of one kind or another, from whether it's from the government or some formulated in some other way, can really help drive that. And we've seen that with OpenADR. And so we had then pilots were happening across the US. Then there was a major pilot in China that led to a pretty significant development there. There were pilots in the UK and other places in Europe. And this is now 10 years ago or so. And now if you look, it's almost a mandated standard for demand side management in many countries in the world. So I just fully ascribe to that. And the other thing, to just follow up on what Harry and Heike in a way were talking about as well, how developments in ICT, in information and communication technologies, are leading to this new generation of possibilities, and even for something like OpenADR, right? It started out with hardwired connections, and now we are talking about IoT engagement and integration with smart metering, and now talking about, well, with 5G, we can get away from this issue with not having enough bandwidth to have real-time communication from all the smart meters in a region if they're relying on sort of more conventional cellular technology. So there's technology being driven through developments in the whole digitalization space. They have huge potential in sustainability and clean energy, but it's really important to think in terms of going step by step in a way, and thinking about, well, what demonstrations and pilots can we do, and maybe even having a roadmap in mind. Well, we're doing this with the goal of getting here, and then proceeding that way. So as I said, very much in support of everything that's been said so far.
And Tariq, thank you for that, because I don't want to steal Steve Riddell's thunder later in the event, because he's going to talk about a workshop that is coming up here on EV space. But something that you said around 5G and digitalization struck a chord for me in a sense, because as I was just reading my daily dose of news today, I was struck by Ford CEO's comment that they are not a EV company, they're a digital company. He was looking more around Ford Plus, sort of branding, if you will, based on this latest marketing campaign that they have on Ford F-150 electric vehicles, which really caught somebody like my eye, because they are saying it's a source for backup power and such. So we are moving around in circles in this space here, and seems to me we are in a way going back to demand response, automated demand response, ADR, and standardization and harmonization topics. But I could go on the entire day on some of these topics with you guys, and perhaps Megan would yell at me. So are we having any audience questions at this point? Because I could bring in Heikki and Harry, but if there are audience questions, that we should probably take them now.
I see that there's a question from Steve Riddell. So I wouldn't want to steal Steve Riddell's thunder either, but he's asking a question for Harry and Heikki. Do you see any particular opportunities for US companies in Finland's energy sector?
Yes, okay, thank you. Maybe I can start. For sure, I think that as for example, we have already implemented smart meters in electricity networks close to 10 years ago, and I think the life cycle is something like 15 years max. So I think that we very soon we start to have the new investment round in this sector, and they are very big investments, and they are like a international tender rounds, at least for the biggest companies.
To follow up on that, you were talking about sort of this situation assessment and setting up some kind of infrastructure where you can have utilities and other organizations can have a sense of what's happening in the network, sort of a real-time sort of a dashboard, if you will. And of course, you have to also integrate that with forecasts too, right? So consumption forecasts, weather forecasts, especially in the renewable space. So how much progress has there been made in that in Finland? So you have, there are these exciting initiatives going on there through your organizations and your companies. Are we at a point where utilities and power system suppliers are taking advantage of some of these technologies already through, going beyond just conventional smart meters and, more instrumentation, more visibility, and sort of more insight into decision making that can help in some ways smooth out some of the ups and downs of generation in the renewable space? I guess that was a question. Yeah,
just a short comment on that. So and also partly answering the question from the audience, what the possibilities. So I think the new inventions and possibilities are exactly there. There are certain inventions and good things building up in Finland on that segment as well. But anyway, a lot of opportunities on that side, combining information from different sources and combining decision making based on sensor data, based on various sensor data. And of course, this is again an opportunity for connectivity technology provider like Sate to step in and bring that data to the analytics and to create that possibility, enable decision making based on the sensor data.
If I can just quickly follow up with that. In the US many years ago, or some years ago, there was also a lot of emphasis on PMUs, on phasor measurement units, which would give real-time sort of to the microsecond stamped information about phases in the transmission grid and how that would be communicated and how important that would be for frequency regulation, for example. And I actually haven't heard a lot more about PMUs in the last few years, although it's not an area I track very closely. And Rao, you may know something about that, or is Finland doing something in that area too? That I think is also, in a way, it's an opportunity to get sort of real-time information, not just from a localized region, but from a state as a whole or a country as a whole, and be able to see what's going on. And of course, having precise timestamps are really important if you're trying to figure out sort of the power flows, both active and reactive.
Yes, that's a nice practical use case and requirement for 5G, for example. So again, 5G is a new generation of technology, and it has a lot of hype there built on 5G term and all the expectations. But now that's actually a good real life use case where you need to have real time connectivity when it comes to microsecond grade measurements.
I have a question. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so just saying that 5G has really new value to bring into the energy distribution and energy sector as well.
Thanks, Heikki. I have a question from a good friend of mine in the audience. We talked about companies developing heat pumps. Maybe this is for you, Harry. Can you expand on that? What technologies and how big is that an effort? The question also says we have an interest in high temperature heat pumps at 160 degrees centigrade and above. So what is being done to form the variability from wind here?
Okay, yes, thank you, Rao. Yes, we have started already the investments in heat pumps in the biggest cities and the heat networks there, especially here in the Helsinki region. There are different types of heat pumps which are implemented, and there are air-based but ground heat pumps, but also then our industrial side, we have a quite sustainable, for example, food industry in Finland, and maybe those like high temperature heat pumps are then better for them. But yes, they have also started to focus on renewable energy very strictly and heavily, and they have replaced already major part of the especially oil-based steam production, heat production, and I think that in that sector there should be demand for that kind of heat pumps.
Yeah, thank you. Because I know at least one quote that I saw perhaps 1 or 2 summers ago from an organization called Clean Center for Energy and Environment was air source heat pumps are like the new energy efficiency. It's really getting being looked at again in terms of the efficiency context. And I know Tariq mentioned the ECO Act that our governor just signed recently. We have a question also to you, John. You talked about the role of citizens and then governments driving the corporate innovation. What about investors? Because I think this question is very relevant to what happened to the Exxon board yesterday, and so perhaps you want to share some of your perspective there.
Yes, as I mentioned, I always look at this as a triangle of forces that are trying to balance each other out. Industry on one side, government on the other, and of course, the demand by businesses and citizens who are consumers of the energy that is being produced. On the investor side, there's certainly shareholders that invest in a company, loan it money so that that company can use that revenue to do business and have a return on that investment for those shareholders. I think the Exxon case that you're referring to refers to investors who wanted Exxon to diversify beyond fossil fuel to minimize their risk as investors in the company. And so I think that dynamic for companies will continue to be there as the expectations of the citizens in doing ESG sort of investments and operations tend to drive some of the decision making by the company. Also, what it does, it liberates the company to make those kinds of investments, knowing that there's a backing of those shareholders for those kinds of things. For instance, we have been, as a company, we have been doing that kind of work for some time now. Since the 70s, we have been investing in that. But recently, we announced a $1 billion investment over the next 2 decades to get us to complete carbon neutrality as a manufacturer of hard goods that come out of factory lines that require a great deal of energy to coat, dry, package, and produce. That means we will be hunting for renewable energy sources to be the providers of the energy that we need as we go forward. So I think companies, partly sometimes because of the inner compass that they have and the good standards and corporate citizenship that they expect of them as members of the community, like what I said about 3M, or sometimes driven by the demand from their shareholders, will act upon these kinds of issues. And so I see it as a sort of dynamic ecosystem where there will be tensions around investments and return on investment, but also expectations that this is a societal benefit, a corporate responsibility, a sustainability expectations on the part of the company. And most companies voluntarily are actually declaring many of these topics. So while I can't speak to Exxon's dynamics, I can certainly tell you what we see is a larger mega trend amongst most companies, that they have positions on these, that these positions are quantifiable, their data and targets are assigned to them, and the companies hold themselves accountable to reach those goals and targets as they go forward. That generates demand. The demand, of course, is perceived by the electricity generation and distribution suppliers, and it cascades into them then having subsequent technology and energy source plans to be able to meet the demand with what they would be able to supply.
Yeah, very good, John. I think that's really helpful because as you're talking about, I was drawing these triangles about industry, government, and the demand by citizens. And of course, in these new MBA classes, I wonder if they are reframing the Porter's 5 forces around some of these newer forces on the horizon here that are happening as we speak. So moving on to something else that is relevant in terms of the things that are happening in cybersecurity space here, Colonial Pipeline and all the things that came up with that. Maybe Heikki or Harry, open ADR. The word open means, oh my God, it's all open, but you know, I doubt it's all open as in open. So can you talk about vulnerabilities associated with cybersecurity in an open ADR sort of protocol, if you will? Because I understand the need for harmonization, you know, from a standard perspective. And, you know, if we are incorporating newer technologies on the grid, there needs to be some level of comfort, not only for the consumers, but also for the regulators who are going to be approving some utility investments in this area. So can you talk about perhaps a concern around vulnerabilities and cybersecurity in this open ADR framework?
Maybe Heikki is better here.
I would start by.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Heikki.
Yeah, okay. So I would start by saying that harmonized standards are a good thing. So that would also then harmonize means of verifying the security and reliability. So I see, of course, there's a lot of challenges, but in generic, as a generic comment, one could say that it's a good thing that also these things standardized. So then it won't be anymore like a marketing material from technology provider saying that we are secure, we are field proven or so, but there's actually a way to quantify that and verify and make sure of the security. So in generic, that's a good thing.
Maybe I can just step in
Yeah,
here.
please.
So
Please.
specifically in the context of OpenADR, there's an organization called the OpenADR Alliance that was formed many years ago to help drive OpenADR and its standardization, help run off some of these pilots, help promote the whole idea of demand side management and automated demand response. And I've been involved in that in various ways. In fact, I'm just in the process of finishing up a magazine article on OpenADR for IEEE Electrification magazine. And if anybody wants a copy of that, please get in touch. I'm co-authoring that with the executive director of the OpenADR Alliance. So cybersecurity is, of course, a huge deal there. And the fact that there is something like an alliance that has been formed and has been essentially put in charge of driving standardization and certification, not just standardization, but actually certification of OpenADR products, really ensures as much as possible in a way that what's out there meets cybersecurity standards. So the OpenADR Alliance has set up its own public key infrastructure, for example, and it has sort of security certificates. There's security mechanisms which include RSA and ECC algorithms. So there's a lot of emphasis on cybersecurity, and it's being pursued very, very aggressively, because obviously it's something that we need to make sure is done right. And they have a partnership with a third party actually that manages the OpenADR PKI as well. So I think that's been addressed pretty well in the context of demand side management, quite broadly and internationally too.
And demand side management and demand response and automated demand response are actually good places to start with when we are on this journey about distributed energy resources, which could be the combined heat and power, district heating and cooling, and so on, so forth, the distributed generation space. So that's a point that's well made. And now I want to turn over to a question to a topic, Harry, that I want you to chime in on: energy storage. You have mentioned decentralized production requires new energy storage solutions. So perhaps you want to expand on it a bit, because what lies beyond lithium batteries, because everybody is looking at lithium ion, nickel manganese perhaps, but lithium is basically what most of the batteries are. So what lies beyond lithium batteries?
Yes, thank you. Just still going back to the earlier question about the high temperature heat pumps, I think that yes, there is also possibility in this decentralized production in that side, because we have at the moment two very big heat storages under implementation here in Finland, where the temperature level is very high and applicable for that kind of high temperature heat pumps. But what comes to these lithium batteries, then we don't have that kind of good experience yet about bigger scale power storages with these. I think we have two pilots at the moment. There's this sector integration in DSO, and also this district heating operator is participating. But yes, it's in the pilot phase, and we will see the results. Maybe good results next year.
Okay, thank you, Harry. And
a little bit, can I just add a little bit there too, because
yeah.
I think this is a really important area. I think what the sort of the heat pump and technology like for that. And when you talk about energy storage in that context, it's not about electric batteries, it's about thermal storage sort of materials, right? And in fact, I think later on you'll hear from, I think Anup Mathur has some really exciting new developments in that space as well. But if you look at the International Energy Agency Net Zero 2050 report that came out just earlier this week, I think it was, certainly this month, they've come out with this series of actions that need to be taken to maintain global temperature warming to no more than 1.5 degrees. And they're quite specific. So one of these is by 2025, there will be no more fossil fuel boilers allowed in homes. I mean, this is the recommendation, right? So how are you going to heat and cool homes if there's no boilers running on natural gas, right? And the solution is heat pumps. I mean, that seems to be the best way to do it. But of course, advances need to be made there. So that's why I think it's becoming. I feel like this sort of improving heat pump technology and energy storage materials are a big part of that, is really going to be a major issue. And I think this is an area that Finland, I feel, is kind of like a leader in, and potentially that's something that Minnesota can learn from Finland.
Okay, as we think about wrapping it up, I have one final audience question from Ken Smith, who is the CEO of Evergreen Energy. What role will hydrogen and ammonia play in this energy transformation? Any one of you want to take? John, are you seeing any interest? Or you have any perspective you want to add here?
I don't. I'm not linked to that component actually. So.
Okay, Harry, Heikki.
Yes, I can say a few words. In Finland, at the moment, hydrogen is a very hot topic. It's under development. We have some new companies which are operating based on targeting to implement hydrogen storages here. And of course, our biggest energy company, Fortum, they have that in a very core in their strategy to utilize hydrogen storages.
Anyone else who wants to add on it? Because otherwise, I want to give you a quick minute to wrap up your key takeaways, if you wouldn't mind. I know we got a little bit of head start for our panel. Instead of starting at 8:30, we had a couple of minutes early start. So maybe I'll start with the screen. John, I'll let you say a few words in the key takeaways, Harry, and then Tariq and Heikki.
Yeah, so I just want to remind everyone that it's very important to tune in what the expectations in the market is. Of course, those expectations are driven by government investments and citizen demand, in my opinion. In many countries, electrical utilities are nationalized entities, even in the US, even though they're traded as private companies. Utility commissions basically approve their rates, and sort of the scope of their investments and activities to some extent are influenced by the rates that they're allowed to charge. So I just want to emphasize the fact that government regulations, whether it's on the technology side or on the investment side, and allowance of increased rates to pay for the kinds of technical investments that we're talking about becomes quite important. And that the promotion of the third component, aside from governments and citizen and business demand, the role of industry becomes critical. Many industry alliances, as well as associations that try to unify the voice of industry to be able to take certain positions on regulations and on other issues, become critical in the process of creating the right ecosystem that would enable to absorb new technology and investment. So in those companies in Minnesota who want to go to Finland, of course, need to educate themselves about the Finnish market and what those dynamics in Finland are. And because Finland closely adopts and follows European standards, then I think understanding European standards becomes quite important. And that also will give access to Minnesota companies in Europe. Of course, the Finnish companies that are looking at Minnesota need to look at our energy producers in Minnesota and closely follow them. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, John. Harry?
Oh, yes, thanks. I still want to highlight these two things here. This energy system transformation, which is undergoing here in Finland. It's happening, and we will see, and we have seen new distributed energy solutions, storages, and different type of new innovations in this side. And secondly, this will lead to the much more complicated environment to operate. So we really need to focus also on this root level, we need that real-time smart devices in the networks, in the production side also, and it can then enable these networks to be more self-directing, so that they are easier to operate by the then companies then. But of course, I want to thank you. It has been very fruitful discussion here, and we are open to continue discussions with the Minnesota companies, and it's very. I really think that we can really learn from each others, and we can also start some business together. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Tariq?
Yes, so I'll just say that I think this whole sort of clean energy, sustainability, environmental stewardship space is just its importance keeps getting elevated. And I was just, as I said, reading the Net Zero 2050 report and just being struck by the urgency that now seems to be being felt internationally there. And so the question is, what is it going to take to make it happen? And it can't just happen by researchers. It has to happen through innovation and through companies and in particular through partnerships, because we are now, of course, there's still a need for doing deeper research in specific areas, but there's also a need to put solutions together that can, starting now in the next 5-10 years, make this dramatic transformation in our carbon footprint and the whole sort of sustainability space. So how do we partner together and make things happen? And of course, there's a role for policy here as well, and what can governments do and nonprofit organizations do and NGOs do to drive this space as well. So I think having discussions like this, to me, it's been really rewarding to participate in this, and I would just hope that this, along with other events like this, will keep us moving forward, and in fact get us moving forward much more aggressively than have been in the last many years.
Thank you, Tariq. And finally, Heikki, you get to have the last word.
Yes, thanks. So yeah, it's easy to agree with Tariq. So cooperation between companies is very important, and we have been talking here about IoT and situational awareness. So IoT means sensors, means connectivity, reliable connectivity, means data analytics. We need multiple different parties to come together and provide a common solution to evolve the all intelligent and smart energy, make the energy even more smarter.
Thank you, Heikki. At this point, I want to thank all the panelists, and if we were in a real setting, if you will, we would be clapping and exchanging some pleasantries. But having said that, I appreciate your time, and have a nice day. I'll turn it over to Megan if she has further instructions for us.
Thank you, Rao, and the rest of the panel. Yes, excellent conversation. And I think we can learn from everything that was talked about here, and we can, as most of the panelists said, work together to really accelerate these sectors. I would now like to just give everyone 10 minutes. We'll have like a quick 10-minute break, and then we will hear from Ben Wright, Vice President of 3M Ventures. So I would ask that everyone not go too far. We have an exciting second half, and we shall be back shortly. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Again, we just had a very exciting first half. We will now have a very exciting second half. I would now like to introduce Mr. Ben Wright, Vice President of 3M Ventures. Ben currently leads the 3M Ventures, which is the corporate venturing arm of 3M. 3M Ventures invest in disruptive companies that help advance 3M's innovation and growth, and also has a growth team focused on building transformation new businesses. Since assuming the leadership in 2017, 3M Ventures has developed a portfolio of over 35 companies. The group has facilitated successful partnerships with 3M across the portfolio and has also generated positive financial returns. Ben has also been recognized externally by being named to the Global Corporate Venturing Power List 100 in 2019 and 2020, an award which recognizes the top 100 most influential leaders in corporate venture capital globally. Ben, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you help me share my screen? I think you need to maybe give control.
You should be good to go now.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ben,
Well, thank you. We're very excited to help with this event today, and unfortunately, the only thing that we weren't able to do is host you on site, so I'll do my best to give an overview of 3M and 3M Ventures, but hopefully we can host you in the future. So one of the things, I'm having trouble here, sorry, on how to minimize this. You might just have to deal with that on the side. One of the things that, just to start, is that in 3M Ventures, we're very bullish on Finland. We've made 3 investments of companies that you'll hear about in a little bit. And it's not just because of my Nordic heritage. I think we find we've been finding a lot of technology that's really relevant to 3M, but also probably more importantly, some of the things that Elaine mentioned earlier, the strong cultural ties. There's really a cultural fit that makes working with Finnish companies easy, and I'd even say pleasurable. And there's also kind of an honesty. What you see is what you get, that we don't find in other ecosystems. And then I think, I mean, we've been very impressed with the incentives that the Finnish government has put in place, that have really built a startup ecosystem that I think that the rest of the world could take a lot of tips from. So just a little bit about 3M. To start, we're a global company headquartered in Minnesota, but we have sales in over 200 countries. Sales over 30 billion, and we're split up into 4 business groups. 93,000 employees globally. We have a strong history of innovation and R&D, so we're proud of the fact that we have 115,000 patents, and that's given us a strong financial performance. We've given 100 plus years of dividends straight, and we're one of the Dow Jones top 30 companies. Our vision is really at the heart of everything we do, and it's authentic to 3M. It's really our purpose. So it's technology advancing every company, products enhancing, and innovation improving every life. We're split up, as I said, into 4 business groups. So we have safety and industrial business groups. That's really around consumables to help manufacture and produce products. So this is everything from safety products to protect workers, to masking tape and abrasives to help them build products. And then we have a transportation electronics business group that's also industrial in nature, but it's more focused on specified materials. So this is everything from adhesives that bond aircraft wings together, to adhesive tapes and light management films that are used in consumer electronics and enable smartphones. Then we have a healthcare business. Healthcare, broadly speaking, in everything from oral care to hospitals, infection prevention products, wound care, consumables that are basically helping protect people and helping healthcare workers. And then finally, we have a consumer products or consumer business group that has a lot of the products that you're probably familiar with, around, like Post-it notes and Scotch tape. 3M really, core to our company is really our innovation, and that all starts around and centers around the customer. So we start with insights by being very close to our customers. Then we have technology platforms that are not owned by any one business at 3M. They're shared across the company, and this is really important because we leverage those technology platforms and combine them to make unique solutions. And then we have a collaborative culture to really build this all together and provide unique products to the customer. One of the things that's really kind of core to our innovation and really was foundational in the culture of the company, a person that was foundational was William McKnight. He served as our president and chairman of the board for 37 years. And one of his mottos was to hire good people and leave them alone. And this really kind of bred the entrepreneurial and innovative spirit at 3M. And just to give you an example, that combined with being close to our customers is really where some of the unique innovations have come from. And going way back in our history, Dick Drew was a 3M scientist who was out with customers in automotive body shops. And what he noticed was that the customers, the workers in the body shop were having a hard time when they were masking off vehicles to paint them. At the current time, they were using adhesives and then putting the adhesives onto newspaper and then putting the newspaper onto a car. He got the idea, why don't you just put the adhesive on the paper and make it easier for them? And that was really the invention of masking tape. And a couple years later, he put it on a cellophane backing and made Scotch tape. And one unique thing about that is 91 years ago today was when 3M received the first patent on Scotch tape. So we've taken that same innovative spirit and close connection to the customer, and today we're not, in addition to selling masking tape to those customers, we're working on things like advanced materials for heads-up displays and in-vehicle displays. We've been proud of our company during this worldwide pandemic, and we've provided a lot of products that are trying to help people, keep people safe around the world, particularly our frontline workers and healthcare workers. So we continue to work hard to try to do that and protect our healthcare workers as we move forward. We're also building sustainability into everything we do. So this session has been focused on energy and some sustainability. So this has been a part of 3M's history for a long time. We try to build this not only into our operations, but into our products, and also we help our customers by building products that help them reach their sustainability goals. And we've made some pretty aggressive commitments recently, everything from 25% water reduction in our facilities to being completely carbon neutral by 2050. And some of these commitments in 3M Ventures, we're actually trying to really ramp up our efforts to help with these sustainability commitments. I'll be honest with you, this hasn't always been a great space for investment. I mean, we've lived through the clean tech boom and then burst of the bubble. But there's a lot of reasons why, the reemergence of climate tech and some of the commitments by governments and companies around the world. There's a lot of reasons to be bullish in this space from an investment standpoint, but we're also excited to help 3M and our customers reach their sustainability goals. We also invest, we're also really committed to investing in our communities, not only in our home base in Minnesota, but all around the world. We're really focused on advancing science and education and really trying to educate that next generation and create the next generation of scientists. We're partnered for the Finns on the line. We have an active partnership with your neighbor to the west in the Nobel organization, where we're really trying to drive this around the world. And we're also committed to diversity and inclusion, not only in our own company. I mean, I think it's a really important piece at 3M because we realize that this is an important part of innovation. We need all perspectives, and all perspectives give unique insight that really fuel innovation. But we're also committed to it in our communities. We've actually pledged $50 million to the local community here in Minnesota to help with racial equity. So, moving on, shifting gears a little bit to 3M Ventures. Why do we have a group like 3M Ventures? It's really the realization as a company that disruption's happening faster than ever before. It's really across all sectors that 3M plays. So whether it's robotics in manufacturing or autonomous and electric vehicles in transportation, or in the healthcare space, there's numerous innovations, everything from software and AI to help healthcare to DNA sequencing and genomics to help with personalized medicine. And then we see it in the consumer space, the online business models that are shifting from traditional retail. We also see that a lot of this innovation has been fueled by the immense amount of venture capital that's been invested. And over the last 10 years, over 2.3 trillion has been invested in venture capital. And that's creating some of the innovations that you all know, and companies like Facebook and Uber and Tesla, companies that are really changing the world. And we're not the only ones that see this. A lot of our peers and competitors also see this, and that's why you've seen a pretty big increase in the number of corporate venture capital groups. And corporate venture capital, which was once kind of a viewed as a separate thing, is now becoming an important part of the venture capital ecosystem. So 3M Ventures is really our corporate venturing arm, and our mission is to accelerate our growth with internal and external venturing. So we have two groups within my team. One is the corporate venture capital arm for 3M, where we're investing in outside companies to advance our innovation and growth. And we're doing that as a way to learn about new markets and also to help accelerate partnerships as a tool to partner with outside companies. And then we also have a business building team that's really an internal venturing team that's trying to create startups within the company, things that are a little further from the core for our existing businesses, but are still relevant to 3M. As I said, 3M Ventures really exists to advance our innovation and growth. And we do that to really provide a strategic value to our company. It's all about learning about new markets and new adjacencies, but also really partnering with companies to accelerate growth programs we have. We also invest in companies that can help augment our capabilities inside the company. And then we're doing that in a way that we can innovate while making money. Everything we do starts by aligning with our businesses. And so we work really closely with our business groups to to understand their priorities and understand where they have gaps in terms of their commercialization goals. And once we identify those gaps, we can go out into the various startup ecosystems that we work and find companies that are potential partners for 3M. And once we find partners, then we work really closely with the outside companies and our internal businesses to drive the engagement and find the best way to partner. What we look for in an investment is similar to a lot of venture capitalists. We take a strong look at the management team, their track record, how well they fit with our team. Are they adaptable, and do we believe that they can really deliver on their promises? We look at a lot at the product and technology, how strong the IP position is, how differentiated the solution is, and whether we think they really have a competitive advantage long term. We look at the business, what its vision is, the goals, and whether we think they have a scalable opportunity. And finally, financially, like a lot of VCs. And really, is it more than just a science project? We tend to look at things that have some commercial traction. I will say that we've in our diligence with the companies in Finland, we've been very impressed, particularly on the management team. As I mentioned earlier, there seems to be an honesty and kind of a grounded approach that we don't necessarily see in other ecosystems. We have three broad, so 3M Ventures covers the whole company. So we cover all 4 business groups. And it gets to be, when you talk about strategic alignment, it gets very specific as we get into businesses. But we try to bubble them up into 3 broad areas of focus areas for our team: digital solutions, healthcare and life sciences, and then advanced materials and processes. And then we built a portfolio of companies. This doesn't show our whole portfolio, just a few select ones around some of these themes. So we've invested in companies in automotive electrification, population health, AI and telemedicine, air quality, advanced materials, and even companies that have given us capabilities for our own operations. And then just to give you an example of how we partnered with some of these companies, there's a company in our portfolio called Echo Devices where we had a really neat partnership and actually launched a new 3M product at the end of last year. So Echo Devices is a California-based company that developed a Bluetooth connected stethoscope, and we partnered with them to launch. 3M has the global leader in stethoscope, which is the Littmann brand, and we actually partnered to launch the Littmann Core digital stethoscope. And what this does is not only it can amplify the sound of the signal, but it also Bluetooths the signal to whatever smart device the doctor has, so he or she can see what they're hearing. And then what's really cool is there's a back-end software that uses machine learning to actually help doctors diagnose heart conditions. So if you have any doctors in your family, this would be a wonderful gift for Father's Day or Mother's Day, even though it already passed, or later this year for Christmas. We've been happy, our financial performance in the ventures portfolio. We've had several exits in the last year, a little over a year. A couple of IPOs. Our latest IPO was Impel Neuropharma here last month on the NASDAQ. But this has been really critical to our success and allows us to reinvest in new companies. Just to dig into, since this topic is around energy, on our business building team, we've been really focused on some interesting projects related to energy and sustainability. So broadly speaking, we've been focusing on solutions for refrigeration and cold chain, building environment and efficiency, and then in industrial energy. And maybe just to give you a couple of examples. One of the projects we're pretty excited about is sustainable cold chain packaging for insulated shipping. So the challenge is that, particularly in the pharmaceutical industry, they have a lot of loss due to temperature failures, up to $35 billion actually annually. And then with the increased use of biologics, there's been an increase in the amount of products that actually need temperature control. And at the same time, pharmaceutical companies are trying to reach their sustainability goals. And they have a lot of goals around reducing plastic usage in packaging. So our team is actually working to build a bio-based phase change material packaging solution that allows the precise control of temperature for up to 5 days, and build it in a 100% compostable packaging that really allows these pharmaceutical companies not only to ship the products at the right temperature, but do it in a sustainable way. So we're really excited about this, and it kind of leverages some of the strengths of 3M around some of our packaging solutions. We also have a really cool project around something called passive radiative cooling. And so passive radiative cooling is really, think about it as the inverse of a solar panel. It uses the sky's energy to reflect back and actually cool buildings. If you look at it, 25% of the global electricity is consumed by air conditioning and refrigeration. And there's been a huge growth, and it's projected to grow even more going forward. And it actually produces 7% of the global greenhouse emissions. So we are excited about this. We've partnered with an outside startup actually, and we're using highly reflective films that are unique to 3M to make cooling panels. And these cooling panels go on top of buildings. And what we found is there's a huge value for, in particular, grocery stores that have spend a lot of their operating budget on refrigeration units. And so we've got trials with the major grocers in the US like Target, Walmart, and Kroger. And we're doing pilots right now to help reduce their energy consumption related to refrigeration. Not only do we think this is a really great way to help the world and our customers with their operations, it's a pretty exciting business opportunity for 3M. Another area that we're working on that's related to energy and sustainability is really around the disruption in the automotive industry. So the automotive industry has been disrupted in many ways. Everything from autonomous vehicles, cars are becoming more connected. There's also the shared economy, which is impacting the automobile industry on a number of levels. And then of course, on the powertrain side, there's a movement towards more electric vehicles. So that's one of the reasons we're really excited by some of our portfolio companies that we've invested in that are directly helping with this space. I've just highlighted 4 of them here. But 3 of them are actually Finnish companies, so it's pretty cool. CellLink is a California-based company, and they're making high conductance, large area flexible circuits. So these things can be, because they're flexible and that they're high conductance, they can be used to not only carry power, but also to carry data. And so they're having a real great success with things like replacing wire harnesses in the doors of cars, and then being able to actually run data on the same pathway. So the CellLink is really having some great traction in the automotive industry, and we're partnering with them to take that technology into different markets, such as the heavy vehicle and aerospace markets. And then the 3 Finnish companies we're really excited about. So Displex, you'll hear more about each 3 of these, but just to give you a heads up, they're making diffractive wave guides for augmented reality. And I actually worked in a startup that was focused on augmented reality. And for the longest time, the display has been the hang up in terms of making augmented reality actually real. And I believe that Displex is the company that's going to make it actually turn into a real industry. We're excited with them and we're partnering with them in a number of ways. Canatu is making transparent conductive films that are moldable, can be used for many applications such as touchscreens in vehicles and also automotive sensors. And we're excited with that, with their progress, and we're working with them to help make their solution better using some of 3M's technology. And then finally, Tactotex making injection molded structural electronics, which is something that's a pretty new space, but really could revolutionize the way electronics are built. And so we're excited about all 3 companies, and we found. In particular, you know, we partner with a number of companies. Our portfolio is, we have over 30 portfolio companies now. Some of our best collaborations are actually with the Finnish companies. I think, you know, just to bring it back home, I think that a lot of those cultural elements that Elaine mentioned in the beginning are really show through in some of these collaborations that we are working on, and we're really excited about that. And we think we have big things to come with all of these companies. So with that, I might be a little bit ahead of time, but that I would be happy to open it up to questions from the audience.
Yes, if there are questions from the audience, please feel free to just unmute yourself and ask.
Yeah, I have a quick question. How do you reach out startup companies? I mean, how do you get companies to work with you in Minnesota?
Are you talking about international companies or?
Just the local companies, like you said, innovation, you seek out companies and work with collaboration. So yeah,
well,
so you're looking, yeah.
So first, we're a global company. We have operations all around the world. We have operations and R&D in over 70 countries around the world. And sales in over 200. So we have people all around the world that can help, work locally with companies. My team is also spread out between in several locations in the U.S. and then internationally. So that's one piece. We're able to partner closely there, but we partner in a number of different ways, and we're trying to have more and more of an open innovation model as we move forward. We realize that we have a lot of strengths within the company, but it's really important for us to have an eye to the outside and really kind of have, with the pace of disruption that I mentioned, it's becoming increasingly important to partner. And so I think that's where it starts. A lot of the startups we work with are really looking to leverage some of the strengths of 3M. So not only do we bring capital through our investment arm with 3M Ventures, but we can be, there's a number of ways we partner together with these companies. One, we might leverage our technology platforms at 3M to help a company through some sort of joint development or co-development. Or we might take the technology that the startup has and leverage it into one of our products. So there's a number of different combinations there. We've also done things with our channel where we have co-marketing arrangements, so we can take a company that, say, is in one geography and really take it globally. Or finally, we've also used, as I mentioned, the startups products in our own operations. So those are just some of the ways we partnered together. And that's really the benefit to the startup, in addition to the just investment.
Thank you.
We also, it's really important for us to partner. We really view this as an ecosystem. We work with universities, but when we work with these startups, we like to partner with outside investors. And I should have mentioned, it's not just the companies in Finland that have been good to work with. The venture capitalists in Finland have been awesome. And we really like to work with financial VCs and other strategics that are not competitive with 3M, because we think it brings the combination of a strong financial VC and some strategics can bring a lot of value to a startup to help them grow. And the best ones that I've seen have had that combination. And it's really the startup, the investors, and the strategic investors all work together as a team to build these companies even faster.
Great. Ben, we have time for one more question. The question is, what is your venture funding process?
Yeah, so we have a pretty solidified process. We as I mentioned, we're always looking for new companies, and we have we've invested in both in Minnesota and Finland, and we're always looking for more in both of those locations. So I'd love to see new ideas come in. It first starts with my team and our process. We evaluate companies, and we try to see the fit with 3M. We're really looking for three things. One, is there a strategic fit with 3M? Two, is there some way that we can work together that brings value to both companies, the startup and 3M? And then three, do we think it's a strong company and a good investment opportunity? So it all kind of starts with that. We evaluate it with my team, and then we pitch it to an investment committee within 3M. Because collaboration and strategic value is so important, we also need to get a business aligned, and they pitch the deal with us. In fairness, this can sometimes take quite a bit of time to get that alignment, but we find that when we take that time to get the alignment, then we have a stronger collaboration, and in the end, it's better for the startup when we have that strong collaboration. And I'm hoping that some of the startups that you'll hear from later will share some of those stories. Then we ultimately pitch it to an investment committee that has my boss, the head of strategy and business development, our CTO, our company's controller, and then one of our business group EVPs. And we pitch that to that committee, and then that's when we kind of get the funding.
Great, thank you. So I noticed that there are quite a few questions coming in that haven't been answered for the panelists, and then there was one or two for you, Ben, still. So I want to make sure that since we do not have time to get to all questions, please feel free to send the questions to me, or if you have the other panelists' direct contact, please email them directly or send them to me, and I can try my best to get the answers for you and follow up. And then we can see where everything goes from there. But I want to take the time to first thank you, Ben, for a terrific presentation, and also again for co-hosting this event with us. 3M, we'll hear more from them later on, and we'll move on from there. Thank you.
Thank you, and next time we'll do this in person.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
So I want to move to the next part of our program. I would like to introduce 4 experts and companies that have been in these industries for a while. They have seen great success in these areas. They will be sharing their insights, overviews, best practices, and lessons learned. First up, we have Juha Kokkonen. He's the CEO of Conato. Juha.
Hello everyone. I'm just looking. Could you give me also presentation rights?
Be good to go.
Excellent. So do you see this presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so short introduction of the Canatu and our collaboration with 3M. So Canatu is fundamentally disruptive high-tech carbon nanomaterial developer for high-value applications. And of course, 3M being a kind of the real high-tech material company is a huge inspiration for our company. We heard about the curiosity, the innovation methods, how do they do this one, versatility of the different application areas and materials, and the way how they collaborate. So all of these elements are fundamentally important for us as well. Canatu, what we have done is we are making the transparent conductive films that are providing the best CNT optoelectronic performance. We just made the world record on that one. And based on that material, we are making the automotive interior applications as well as ADAS autonomous heat sensor heating applications. And this is the area where we collaborate very heavily with 3M. They are providing the adhesives. They have been developing together with us new solutions that have not been possible earlier when we are combining three-dimensional shapes together with in-molded electronics there. So that collaboration has been excellent between the 3M as well as Canatu. And actually that led, this initial technology collaboration led also to this kind of strategic investment questions between the Canatu and 3M. And 3M is actually one of our key strategic investors. We are a Finnish-based company. We are owning significant patent portfolio, both from the material perspective, but also synthesis, how this is done, as well as for the various applications. We have been in mass production already for a couple of years, delivering soon 1 million sensors. So we are already in the real business phase, and now we are looking how to expand. We have made a licensing deal with another strategic collaborator called Denso. Another area where we are operating is like we can make also this kind of freestanding membranes that are very, very sophisticated nanoscale filters that are used in the kind of the most recent edge of the technology EUV machines that you can make like 5 nanometer silicon. And that is the kind of another domain where do we operate. So if you look at our whole portfolio, is that one area is these transparent conductors, which are providing like 3-dimensional touch sensors that any surface in a car cockpit can be smart, or that we are allowing that autonomous driving can work in any weather, not only in the perfect weather in California, but when it is also snowing in Minnesota, and providing the transparent great heating performance there. And then in this domain, we are heavily working and partnering with 3M, being there part of the same customer projects. 3M has been delivering us like the certain materials that will make the whole solution better. Beyond this one, we are also developing the solutions, for example, for the electrochemical sensors, for the whole semiconductor domain, whether it's the EUV pellicles, EUV mask inspection devices, X-ray windows, for example, with the European Space Agency organization. So we are fundamentally material company developing various applications on top of that one. And of course, if I'm thinking what 3M has done based on the innovations, combining the various materials and various processes together, that's a kind of huge inspiration. And the knowledge, not only money, but the knowledge and the capability to bring these to the market has been extremely helpful for Canatu. Thank you.
Thank you, Juha. Great presentation. I would now like to introduce you to Ken Smith, CEO of Evergreen Energy. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ken Smith, President and CEO of Evergreen Energy, and we're based in St. Paul, Minnesota. Evergreen develops, advances, and operates campuses and community energy systems, and our target markets are higher education, healthcare, and communities. And communities include central business districts, business parks, greenfield, and brownfield redevelopments. We are somewhat unique in our space because our portfolio includes utility ownership, operations and management, and engineering, business planning, and community engagement. I share comments about 3 of the systems we're engaged in. The first is in Duluth, Minnesota. It's an 89-year-old district heating system that we operate for the city. We first got involved in it 9 years ago. It was coal-fired, once through steam system, serving over 160 buildings in the central business district, including 2 hospital complexes. The system was highly inefficient and was on an unsustainable path, both financially and environmentally. To improve the system, we had to renew an 80-year-old distribution system and modernize the plant. Not an easy task. We work with the city, the customers, the community to lay out a vision for the system and a plan that would take advantage of a water and sewer project that was planned for the main street of the city. By collaborating with that public works project, we were able to reduce the cost to install new distribution system by approximately 40%. We are now in the final year of a 4-year construction project to transition 16 blocks of that system from open loop steam to closed loop hot water. This year we'll extend the hot water piping to both of the hospitals. With the investments made to date, we have already significantly reduced water and energy usage and carbon emissions. Buildings connected to the hot water system have achieved 25 to 40% energy savings, and the annual energy savings achieved by improving the efficiency of this part of the distribution system is enough to heat the system's largest customer. We have reduced coal usage to 1/30 of what it was when we took over the system. The use of data analytics and controls have played a major role in the results we are achieving, and we are now looking at how we can integrate in electrification and biofuels so we can move the system towards complete decarbonization. In St. Paul, we have used chilled water storage for many years, about 20 years now, but through the use of advanced control schemes and data analytics, we have transformed how we dispatch our chillers and our storage tanks the past 5 years. We're saving our customers hundreds of thousands of dollars every year, and today our energy cost per ton hour of cooling is less than it was in 2016. Such large thermal storage tanks, as we heard in some of the earlier comments today, for both heating and cooling will increasingly become an important resource for the grid as it evolves. The last system I'll mention is Oberlin College in Ohio. The college set a goal to decarbonize its campus by 2025. We began working with them in 2015 to develop a plan on how to decarbonize the heating and cooling of its buildings. And I'm happy to report that last week we commenced construction to begin the implementation of that plan. This exciting 4-year effort will improve the efficiency of the college's buildings and will transition the campus from using a fossil fueled steam district heating system to a hot water system that will use a new geothermal well field and heat pumps powered by renewable electricity to generate both carbon-free heating and cooling for its buildings. Looking to the future, I see a system that is increasingly efficient, electrified, integrated, and data dependent. US GDP is growing faster than its prime energy usage, even when you account for the pandemic. So energy productivity is growing, but the US economy still wastes approximately 67% of all the energy it uses. Minnesota is just a little bit better at 64%. The most recent data I have for Finland is 54%, so they're doing much, much better. Buildings and industry account for about 1/3 of the waste in the US and in Minnesota. So the efficiency and productivity of the system must accelerate to achieve decarbonization. So in the built environment, there's tremendous opportunities, and buildings and industry, we heard some of those comments earlier today. And one of those areas that we see opportunities in the electrification of heating and cooling that uses heat pumps and carbon-free electricity. Heat pumps are able to use naturally occurring energy sources such as ground source geothermal, well fields like we're using in Oberlin, or an aquifer. Another project we're working on, we'll use the aquifer as a storage means for a project actually here in the Twin Cities. But they are also able to recover and reuse wasted energy from industry, from data centers, from sewers, from other buildings, and the list goes on. As the electrical grid continues to transition to carbon-free electricity, and the heating and cooling of buildings becomes increasingly electrified, As storage is integrated into the system in the form of electricity, but also thermal and hydrogen and ammonia, the U.S. energy system will rapidly evolve to become much more integrated across sectors. And as we look to the future, the lifeblood of that integrated, efficient, and decarbonized system will be secure data and advanced data analytics. And that's where we're spending quite a bit of our time as a company and more investment. Thank you to Business Finland and to 3M for the opportunity to share my story with you today.
Thank you, Ken. Truly appreciate it. We'll now move to Tom Bailey, Senior Director of Xcel Energy.
Good morning, and thank you, Megan. First of all, thank you to Business Finland, the ambassador, our partners, and our customers. Really appreciate this opportunity to discuss the exciting innovation and challenges that Xcel is taking on over the next 20, 30 years related to clean energy and renewable energy. Again, I am Tom Bailey. I'm the Senior Director of Corporate Economic Development for Xcel Energy and the enterprise. Xcel is a Minnesota-based utility. We have really transitioned and been a lead in the innovation of clean energy and carbon-free energy. In 2018, Xcel Energy became the first utility in the nation to announce a vision of a carbon-free electric system by 2050. A note of that is we're going to be 80% by 2030. This announcement continues not only to lead the company's vision for a clean energy transition, but also presents a balanced, diversified portfolio of energy sources to maintain reliability and affordability while meeting our community's needs. You know, the important part about this is how do we partner with our communities and our customers to make sure that not only are we providing a solution, but also that we are giving them their ability to produce their needed requirements for the economy. We believe in a holistic approach to renewable energy and strategy. One key element there, and we've actually had a confidential project in Minnesota that we have worked through and passed through the commission, is providing not only 100% renewable energy, but a 24/7 ability to measure renewable and carbon-free energy. We see that as we go into the future as a lead attraction for new customers, not only in Minnesota, but also all over the world. A few individuals noted within this presentation previously the importance of regulatory involvement, and that is a key element unique to IOUs and regulated by state commissions. And so we also work hand in hand to ensure we're responsibly spending and allocating the resources appropriately. The other area of focus that I think is key is electric vehicles and that transition in the U.S. Xcel has also been a leading innovator. We have a strategy of 1.5 million electric vehicles by 2030. We're doing that through extensive tariff restructuring and thinking about real-time rate structures. So not only are you utilizing electric vehicles and battery innovation, but you're charging those electric vehicles with carbon-free technologies. And so that is an important aspect when you think about how we transition from fossil fuels and combustion engines into the battery sector. And then finally, you know, importantly is what are our challenges? You know, an area of focus when we think about generation is how do we, one, comply with the standards of the environment and sustainability, but also continue to provide reliability to our customers and to our communities. And that is a unique balance of generation and generation stacking. And so importantly, we will continue to monitor that and think about our investments holistically across not only our states, but our ISOs and our RTOs that we're involved with. I will close with one area of focus, and it was mentioned previously on hydrogen and green hydrogen. That is an area that I think is unique to the generation sector over the next 10 to 20 years, and will be a major bridge is how we get to 100% carbon free. Right now, while we don't have a specific strategy, we're looking at the importance of green hydrogen and hydrogen in our generation process and how we transport it in a reliable fashion. And so again, thank you for our time today. We look forward to working with you and addressing your energy needs. Thank you for being a customer and a partner with Xcel Energy.
Thank you, Tom. I would now like to turn the conversation to Mr. Jari Mikkosken, Managing Partner at Conar VC. Jari?
Yes, thank you. Indeed, I'm Jari Mieskonen, Managing Partner of Conar Venture Partners, headquartered in Helsinki, and having sort of like focus area geography in the Nordic and Baltic areas. Maybe I can share the presentation as well, if you allow me. How do I do it? Well, anyway, our focus is...
You should be good to go now.
Yes, I see. Thank you. So I hope you can see some of these slides. Do you?
Yes, you just need to make it full screen.
Okay. Exactly.
So at the very bottom on your, it should be your right-hand side. Yep, down, no, up a little bit. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Do you see now?
We see it, but it's still not full screen. If you just want to go ahead without it being full screen, that might be okay as well.
Okay. So anyway, our focus area is Baltics and Nordics, and these slides actually explain why. We feel that this region has been relatively active on innovation, and like Ben mentioned as well, and I think we heard before, we are famous of putting a lot of energy to R&D and innovations. I think Finland, Sweden, and nearby areas, we have been top-notch countries doing that. Maybe not in the last year, but I would say in the 20 past year, we have been on record high on those figures. We are only 5% of European population, but I think this area has received like 14% of VC investments in last few years, which is quite remarkable. And also unicorns are sort of incubated here and built here, like Skype, Klarna, TransferWise, even Volt, and some gaming companies like Supercell and King. We focus purely on technology, and that means that we actually do not invest in pharma, and we don't invest in content as such. And technology, whether it's ICT, it might be deep tech, it's RE or IoT. I think we are happy to meet the teams who are actually exploring those areas and showing the way to more efficient solutions. And some of those solutions are, of course, enjoyed by energy sector as well. We don't have particular energy focus, but energy, clean, sustainability, and circular economy, it's part of this sector we are investing in. And we are happy to enjoy quite successful in that area as well. We had a company called Sensinode. It was from Oulu originally, and it was acquired by ARM, a Oxford-based global company, and actually they are investing heavily into that IoT team in Oulu, and they have more than doubled the team size. I think they have more like 250 people there nowadays. Then we invested in Eniram, which was a company who was optimizing a large vessel fuel consumption when cruise ships and cargo ships are crossing the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean. And they could actually save fuel up to 6% of each trip. Wärtsilä Corporation actually acquired the company a couple of years ago, and we have been happy to follow that. They have also integrated the team into their own holistic digital maritime concept, which will eventually bring us a unmanned vessels who can actually operate in an optimal manner in stormy seas and in waves and in windy conditions. Maybe a few Nordic companies who have established themselves in North America. One is Neo4j. It's a graph database company whose solution can be utilized in a number of solutions, I believe in energy sector as well. They are originally from Lund, southern part of Sweden, but now they incorporated in South California, and they have actually a very fast growth mode at the moment, and they are looking an opportunity to go public in Nasdaq in maybe 12, 18 months. And maybe another example, Behavior Metrics, a security solutions for user-based identification, which can be utilized in a number of industries as well. And in that company as well, we have a number of US investors like Cisco, and actually NSA venture invested a portion to that company. And then Tactotech, certainly Ben mentioned that already, which is our co-investment with 3M. And this is actually our operational mode that we love to co-invest with both financial institutions and venture funds and CVCs alike. And like in Tactotech, we already have 4 important CVCs supporting the company strategically and also helping technically to go to their demanding markets like automobile and consumer electronics and healthcare, or health tech actually. At the moment, we are working for our 3rd fund. The 3rd fund will be even more deep tech focused than the 2 previous funds, and that will have exactly the same geographic focus: Finland, Sweden, Estonia mainly, but all Nordic, all Baltic. And we are very happy to be part of this conference as well. So thank you for that. Hope to see you in some occasion in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jari. Great presentation. I want to thank Juha, Ken, Tom, and Jari for sharing such insight on many different platforms. As you remember, we are talking about energy, we're talking about IoT, we're talking about digitalization, and I think all of these sectors are really being touched upon in this during all these discussions. So I think we will now move to our networking and pitch session. During this time, we will have approximately 6 US companies and 5 Finnish companies presenting. Each company will have 5 minutes to share. We will then take questions at the very end. If the audience has questions, feel free to put them in the chat. I would also ask each company that presents that they turn on their camera, and the rest of the companies keep their cameras off until presenting. To kick this session off, I will turn it over to Steve Rydell. Steve is the Regional Trade Manager in Environmental and Energy Industries and Western Europe at the Minnesota Trade Office. He will first discuss Launch Minnesota and then introduce the US companies. Steve?
Thank you, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Wonderful to be here. It's been a great morning so far. One of the things that hits me as I listen to all these presentations today, one thing that Minnesota and Finland have in common is a lot of smart people. I'm so impressed with what we've heard so far. So we're going to hear from a couple of startups, a couple of emerging companies. Before we introduce them, I'd like to tell you a little bit about our startup community. And Megan, if you would permit me to screen share, I have a couple of slides. There we go. Thank you. So, I can bring up a PowerPoint. Megan, will you tell me when it's visible?
It is visible. You just have to make it the full screen.
Very good. How's that?
Perfect.
Excellent. All right. So, Launch Minnesota is the name of Minnesota's startup support organization. It's part of my parent agency, Department of Employment and Economic Development. Neela Mulgard is the executive director of Launch Minnesota. She couldn't be with us this morning, so she shared some content with me. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of information about Launch Minnesota, which is still relatively new, and how it supports our startup ecosystem. It was launched only 2 years ago, 2018, slightly over 2 now. I guess it'll be 3 in September of this year. Mainly, it's been about funding assistance. It has some nice grant programs and some nice support programs for the startups that are members of the Launch Minnesota community. But it's also about building an ecosystem, making sure that the right organizations, the right networks, the right support systems are available to all of our startups. So since we're gathering today to talk about Finland, one of my goals is to see where we can create some possible partnerships between Finnish startups and Minnesota startups. So I hope both sides will be listening to each other, and let's find a way to bring it together. If you'd like to learn more, you can always visit minnesota.gov/launch-Minnesota. For those of you from Finland, the outline shape that you see here, that's the state of Minnesota. Twin cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul, is sort of to the lower right. That's where we are. The rest is our regions of Minnesota that we sometimes call Greater Minnesota. And this is simply to show that Launch Minnesota is connecting everybody in our state together to help promote our startup community in our state. So again, a lot of it is about increased capital. Startups need investors, they need funding, they need to get going before they become commercial, before they have revenue. So far, Launch Minnesota has facilitated about $3.2 million in grants. A lot of their funding has gone to targeted businesses, to communities of color, women, Greater Minnesota, and veterans. The angel tax credit is very popular with investors, gives major tax breaks to people who are willing to invest in our startup community. And so far, overall, our startups have been able to raise about $1.8 billion. So Launch Minnesota is off to a great start. This slide is about Minnesota as a whole, not only Launch Minnesota and startups. This is just to remind our Finnish friends that Minnesota is really out front as an innovator in some categories, in particular medical device patents. We're #1 in the country. And in health sector patents, we're #3, and in agricultural patents, which includes high-tech agricultural technology, some of that is connected device-driven, that kind of thing, we're 5th. So we're leaders, and we're very proud of that in Minnesota. The Internet of Things sector, we've heard it mentioned a few times this morning. This is one area where I see particular opportunity from the Ambassadors Initiative to formalize some collaboration with Minnesota. And so I wanted to highlight the fact that if you'd like to know more about our Internet of Things community, our agency produced an 8-page summary. This is simply a snapshot of what the industry profile looks like. And you can see on the right just how many Minnesota companies are either enablers of IoT or are actually adopting it. So if you are a Finnish IoT company and considering the 50 states of the United States, Minnesota might be the right place. So contact us if you'd like a copy of that brochure. So my message to Finland, let's network together. We're starting that today. Many international startups have chosen Minnesota as their soft landing here in the United States. Rao Konidena and the rest of the Finnish Chamber and other partners here, we all welcome you. Let's use the Roadshow and the Ambassadors Visit as a springboard. So we're hoping that this will simply be a beginning, not an end in itself today. So with that, I will now stop screen sharing. And let's see, how do I actually back out of that, Megan? Or do you do that for me?
I can, I will put the next presenter up. So if you want to go ahead and
Very good.
Yep.
Sure, okay. So now we're going to introduce to you several Minnesota startups, beginning with Zara Ely, who is the co-founder of Vessel. So once Zara is ready to go, she can tell us a little bit about Vessel.
Good morning. Hi.
Good morning.
I'm Zara, this is Adam, and we are co-founders of Vessel. And we are based in St. Paul, Minnesota. I just want to make sure that you guys can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, Vessel is an energy storage device used for backup generation and energy savings. Here is our vessel device. The dimensions are about 5 feet high, 1.6 meters. It's 3 feet wide, 1 meter wide, and approximately 3 feet deep, 1 meter deep. It has an interactive glass panel and display. In the event of unreliable power, vessel will immediately begin supplying power. The problem that Vessel is solving is for residential and commercial customers who have backup power needs and don't want to use the old technology of diesel generators that are loud and smelly and have high maintenance costs. Vessel solves this with using a safe, clean, and quiet system. Here's another glimpse of our Vessel device. This is an example of how it can fit in a garage. It can also be placed and assembled in other areas, like a mechanical room. Here's an example of it in a warehouse and commercial space. And I'll turn it over to Adam for the next portion.
Morning, everybody. What you're looking at is a graph showing how major electrical outages have increased 15 times over in 20 years. And in 2020 alone, electrical outages have increased by 73%. As we transition away from fossil fuels, the electrical needs and the electrical grid in the United States will need to increase by 3 times. What we're looking at here is how Vessel outperforms the competition with our lithium ferrous phosphate-based battery system. In the upper left-hand corner, we offer up to 10 times the usable energy over our competitors. We offer up to 9 times the power of our competitors. We're scalable up to 2.3 megawatt hours, which would supply the energy needs of a small hospital. We're plug and play. So instead of it taking days to assemble a battery, inverter, controls, metering on site, we deliver our product directly to the customer and it's installed in hours. Because of lithium ferrous phosphate batteries, we're 100% safe indoors. We're up to 8,000 cycles. So if battery drains out and refills all the way back up is 1 cycle. So many, many years of usability. We combine both single and 3-phase inverter capability, up to 50 kilowatts of power, which is huge. We have an integrated inverter and then custom integration with our system. So Vessel has the scalability. We have the integration with all existing generation sources. We have 50 kilowatts of power for large electrical loads. We have custom controls for our customers. So we actually are able to pinpoint for each customer's needs and design our battery management system to that. And that's a plug and play device installed in hours. In the future, Vessel and Zara and I envision a future where the electrical grid is more localized. Energy is no longer going to need to travel across the United States hundreds and hundreds of miles from coal plants or nuclear power facilities, and it's going to be more of a distributed system to bring the power to the people at a more local level. And we also believe this energy is going to make the way we use energy in the United States a lot more efficient. And here's our team. We have Zara, myself, Andrew, Sarah, Marcus, and Peter. We're all working towards making this idea possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Vessel team. Next up, we've got John Griffin, who's the CEO of Terraco.
John, can you hear us?
John, maybe you're muted.
There you go. Thank you much. I appreciate it. Hi, everybody. My name's John Griffin, and Terraco is located. Can you see my screen right now?
We can, but you need to enlarge it.
Sure, I can make it bigger. How's that?
Yep, that's better.
Perfect. Well, thank you for having me here today. And Terraco is located in Minnetonka, Minnesota, a suburb of Minneapolis. Our focus is adding value to carbon capture sequestration and carbon capture utilization projects with our intellectual property. At these sites, we build the safest, most secure, and most effective CO2 sequestration site while also generating baseload, green, dispatchable electricity. Just a little background on us. We were incorporated in 2014. We have an exclusive license from technology out of the University of Minnesota. We continue to expand our technology with our own research efforts and associated patents. We've been fortunate to receive some good independent recognition, including the NRG COSIA X Prize, Midwest Clean Tech Open, and the Shell Game Changer effort. We have also received 3 grants from the Department of Energy, and we are working with multiple emitters in the United States to potentially utilize their sites. And we have a broad patent portfolio, and we recently signed a cooperative agreement with Siemens Energy to use their turbines in our solution. Recently, we interviewed a diverse group of industrial emitters for our target market. Ironically, 3M was one of them. They told us they are under pressure from their shareholders, employees, customers, and neighbors to lower their CO2 emissions. 48% of the United States emissions comes from this segment, which includes industry and power generation. We don't capture CO2 or separate the CO2 from other emissions at these sites. At these sites, often there are a mixed stream of CO2 and other emissions. They have to have that separated. So we don't do carbon capture, but we do take the CO2 once it's captured and separated it and sequester it safely and securely below ground, where we then generate green energy. Here's a high-level overview of our process. We take the captured CO2 from the facility on the left, compress it, and inject it 1.5 miles to 3 miles below the surface, which is significantly deeper than typical oil and gas extraction depths, so it is safely contained. It develops a plume of carbon dioxide. We then apply the Earth's heat and pressure to produce carbon-free geothermal power through our process, which circulates a very small amount of that CO2 up to the surface, spin the turbine, where it goes out on the grid and is utilized. So in summary, we sequester millions of tons of CO2 safely and securely below ground and enable the production of green electricity, zero emission, that is produced 24/7, utility scale, and can be turned on and off quickly. This delivers multiple value streams for Terraco. The electricity sales, the implementation of a sequestration site, our IP development and licensing to that potential site, reservoir management and consulting, project development and ownership. We could be the operator, and in some countries, especially in the United States, they're using something called tax equity management to do this. So here's kind of a brief summary. Our solution is a large market opportunity. We have a unique value proposition with IP in place and many more opportunities for additional IP and know-how, and we produce green electricity. There is significant financial support from various government entities worldwide to make this happen. Got an experienced team. I happen to be a mechanical engineer with an MBA. Our CTO is Dr. Larry Shorn, who has 35+ years experience in the gas and oil industry and uses similar processes in that effort than we're using for sequestration. Phil Pogge is a long-term energy executive, knows the energy market. And finally, and Steve Price is our program manager. And finally, John Dolan, our legal counsel and board director, is knowledgeable on patent litigation. He was a patent examiner, and he led the IP practice of a large law firm in the Twin Cities. Thank you very much.
Most impressive, John. I hope this is a sneak preview of a lower carbon future. Thank you. Next up, you bet. Next up, we've got Zach Eman, who is co-founder of Renew Power Systems.
Yes, hello everyone. Megan, can we see my screen? I'm trying to.
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Awesome. Awesome. Hi everyone. I'm Zach Eman. I'm the CEO and co-founder of RPSI. And what we create and enable is flexible energy infrastructure. Now, my focus for this presentation today is give an overview of what flexible energy infrastructure is, why it's critical for the future of energy, and how RPSI fits into that. So let's start with the problem. This is what's called the capacity map. It's actually an image of my hometown, which is on the southern metro area of Minnesota. And what this shows is the capacity of the electrical grid. So anywhere that's red on this map is somewhere where the grid is at its capacity. It doesn't have room for additional generation. And this type of problem is not just limited to my hometown. It's pretty widespread, and it becomes a barrier to the rapid addition of things like renewable energies, where the grid doesn't have space for a lot of these technologies. And when we want to scale and integrate renewables quickly, it requires all sorts of different upgrades or different builds of the grid, which is already strained. And it makes solar and renewables, in some senses, can be a burden to the grid. Now, we've transitioned away from the centralized systems and are focusing more globally at distributed energy systems. But the challenge with distributed energy systems still remains that many of those technologies rely heavily on the grid. What RPSI and our technology does is it allows us to take distributed energy technology one step further into decentralized energy technology. This is then energy systems that can stand on their own 2 feet. Rather than just a modernization of the grid, it actually is an evolution of the grid, because these decentralized systems can take the strain off of the existing grid without having to upgrade, as well as they can quickly and effectively scale, allowing integration of new innovative technology, allowing the flexibility in our grid that we don't have today. One of the key pieces of RPSI and our technology, and what it goes beyond just decentralized energy systems, is the ability to take all of these individual and relatively independent distributed and decentralized energy systems and enable them to work something like this, where you have many of these small individual systems that can actually cooperate, work together, and in some senses form their own decentralized grid if necessary, or support the existing grid. And in this sense, the collaboration and cooperation between all of these different energy systems allows something like a decentralized grid to help evolve the grid to be more flexible, to have more capability, and to quickly integrate renewable energy and innovations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. That map you showed that illustrates how parts of our grid are actually maxed out. You really made your case, and we wish you the best in being a part of the solution, so thank you. Next up, we've got Brian Larson, CEO of Darcy Solutions.
All right, thanks, Steve. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Megan, I would like to present a couple slides as well, please.
Are you trying to share, Brian? We can see that you should be the presenter now. Okay, I think you're unmuted now. Are you trying to share?
Yes. Are you able to see or no?
No, it appears you are the presenter. If you can click on the button, the icon that says share, the round button.
Let's see. Yeah, it says show. Can you see it now?
Not yet. There's another way to share. If you see the gray horizontal bar where it says sharing, if you open that bar, there's an other share function underneath there, if you can try that. Okay, now we see a screen. We see and now we see the slides, and if you can put it on slideshow, full screen.
Great. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Again, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Larson. I am the co-founder and CEO of Darcy Solutions. And we are a technology that was developed at the University of Minnesota here in Minneapolis by my co-founder, Dr. Jimmy Randolph, and Scott Alexander, also from the University of Minnesota. And our focus is on ground source heating and cooling. And specifically, we provide the ground loop portion of those systems. And we have a novel approach to this, where we are leveraging or utilizing groundwater as the exchange
Excuse
mechanism.
me, Brian, I hate to interrupt, but your screen is blank.
Huh. What's happening? Yeah, I don't know. It says show and then it says stop. It's giving me both options, but
Can you try switching the slides? Because we did see them earlier. Or maybe if you take it off the slideshow mode, that might help. Yeah, now we see them. Yeah, let's just keep it like this.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. So yes, our focus is on using groundwater, and with that, we're able to do things in a way that makes geothermal much more financially attractive for both commercial and residential applications. And I'll talk about that in just a minute. The exciting thing about this technology is that geothermal or ground source heating and cooling has been recognized for a long time as a very energy efficient and environmentally friendly technology. But it's faced two primary challenges. First, it's expensive. The incremental cost of putting in geothermal, I'm sure many of you in Finland are aware of this, it represents a significant premium to traditional, conventional fossil fuel-based heating and cooling. And then the second thing is that it requires a pretty significant footprint to be able to install the system. They work well, but again, a large footprint is required. With our approach, we are able to do two things to attack or address both of these challenges. We are able to bring that upfront cost down with our system. And then we're also able to reduce the operating cost of the system. So the combined benefit of that is we're actually able to reduce the paybacks on these systems to the level now where they're much more attractive to commercial building owners, both public and private building owners in the commercial and multifamily residential sectors. And then in addition to that, because we're able to get so much more energy exchange potential per borehole, we're able to significantly reduce the footprint requirements by up to 95% to install one of our systems in the ground, which then opens up a much wider market for geothermal than what traditional geothermal has traditionally been able to service. And so with that, we're targeting both new construction as well as retrofit opportunities. And you can see here on this page, we've been very fortunate, just like some of the other companies, to have received funding from several federal agencies, the Department of Energy, the National Science Foundation, and the USDA. We're also proud partners with Launch Minnesota. They've been very gracious in helping us in several dimensions. And then we're part of the Rocky Mountain Institute's Business Accelerator and part of the network that the Clean Energy Trust provides here in the United States with a broad network of utilities. This page just gives you a little bit better illustration of how our technology looks in comparison to systems. This is for an average building. It may require anywhere from 20 to 30 boreholes to provide the heating and cooling requirements for this building. This may be a call it a 20,000 square foot size commercial building. With our system, we're actually able to replace those 20 to 30 boreholes with one single borehole, and then it scales from there. But what that does is it gives us the opportunity to fit this system in much more tightly constrained locations and sites than you would be able to do with traditional geothermal. And then in addition, what we've seen in this particular example, we're able to cut the paybacks significantly. And so instead of it being a 15 to 25 year payback on this incremental cost, we can get that down to 5 to 7 years. And what we're really finding is most interesting as we're now starting to roll this technology out to our first commercial and pilot installations is that the opportunity to integrate the design of our system with the in-building heating and cooling design presents a much broader set of opportunities than traditional geothermal, either to tie into existing heating and cooling equipment and distribution systems, or in designing new systems, which can then provide further efficiencies and further cost savings. So I'll just mention this last page. In terms of the types of applications that we're targeting, I've mentioned commercial multifamily. Our technology can also be used in industrial processes for pre-cooling or preheating. And then we're also focused on smaller scale mini district systems. So we can service single buildings, single commercial buildings, multi-unit residential, or even single family homes in a micro or mini district fashion. Project size anywhere from 20 tons up to over 1,000 tons. And as I mentioned, both new construction and retrofit in particular, which has been a largely underserved or unserved market due to previous size constraints. That's a particular focus for us. So we're very excited. I was very excited to hear, Tarek mentioned some of these things in his portion of the earlier conversation, and others have as well. We see geothermal as a very attractive technology as we drive strategic electrification throughout the world and bring what represents the most energy efficient technology for heating and cooling to the grid. We're very excited to be able to offer our technology as a way to make it more affordable as well as more practical, just in terms of where it can be applied. So thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce Darcy Solutions, and look forward to talking to you all in the future.
Brian, thank you. Wonderful. So glad to hear that the prices are becoming more favorable. I know upfront costs for systems like this can be a barrier to some. So I'm really hoping to see more of what you do in the future. So thank you. Next up, we've got Mr. Anup Mathur, who is the CTO and founder of Terra4 Technologies. Good morning, Anup.
Morning. I'm the other Terra here, the Terra4. Yeah. Good morning and good afternoon or good evening to those in Finland. My name is Anup Mathur. I founded Terra4 Technologies in Minneapolis. Our website is terra4technologies.com, or you can just type in terra4.com. Prior to founding Terra4, I worked at Honeywell with Tariq Samadri. You heard from him earlier, for almost 35 years on advanced technologies in various advanced technologies. Terra4's expertise is in thermal energy storage for use in commercial buildings, industrial processes, and power utilities. Now, specifically, we store energy as phase change heat when salts melt and solidify. A common example we all know is the ice and water. So ice, it stores about 334 kilojoules per kilogram. So similarly, there are many, many different salts. The common salt, for example, sodium chloride, stores at about close to 520 kilojoules per kilogram, and it melts at 800 degrees C. So there are thousands of salts that you can pick any temperature you want, and you can get fairly high heat of fusion, which could be used for storing energy. So it's a reversible process. But there were two major technological barriers that prevented this technology from being commercialized so far. People have been working on it for the last 50 years. One is that the salts have low thermal conductivity. Low thermal conductivity means requires high heat transfer coefficient, low heat transfer coefficient, so you need high heat transfer surface. The second, the salts expand when they melt. Ice and water is an exception. Expansion can be anywhere from 5 to 20%. So this is problematic in designing containers. Now, Terra4 solved these two problems by encapsulating the salts in small 15 to 25 millimeter capsules. Because small capsules have large surface area, and then large surface area to unit volume. And then during the encapsulation process, we created an open space inside the capsule, so the salt, when it melts, can expand freely. It's a fairly innovative idea, innovative process that's described fairly well on the website. So there's a 5-minute video you can watch, and we are given the entire technology, how it is done, except for a few additives. So you can see how the capsules are made. Now, this was done for any temperatures higher than 300 degrees C, 300 all the way up to 600 degrees C Celsius is where we store the energy. The value proposition of the technology compared to the current 2-tank sensible heat storage in molten salts is that it uses about 50% less storage material, requires 60% less container volume, and best of all, it costs about 40% less than the current method. So the question is, why hasn't this been adopted? Again, the technology was developed with $2.5 million funding from Department of Energy. It has been successfully demonstrated in the laboratory. However, in the last 4 to 6 years, the thermal storage and actually all thermal systems have taken a back seat. The main killer application for this was the solar thermal power, the concentrating solar thermal power. I think with the current market trend, we hope and expect that we will receive the investments to demo this at scale. There is some work going on. Another killer application has emerged, which is called the pumped heat storage. So it is a lot of work going on. And so that's the second technology I want to talk about. So we are currently working on a new product called the electrothermal battery. So this is to store electrical energy using thermal energy storage. This technology, also commonly referred to as your pumped heat storage, or the Carnot battery, Carnot after the Saudi Carnot, the thermodynamist. It converts electricity to heat using a heat pump. So that was my question earlier to Harry about the higher temperature heat pumps. And stores energy at heat energy and then converts back the heat to electricity using engines. So your overall round trip efficiency is the product of the COP of your heat pump and the conversion efficiency. So typically the round trip efficiency will be low. It's about 60 to 75% depending on the design. The temperatures can be anything you want, anywhere from 140 degrees C all the way up to 600 degrees C or 700 degrees C using supercritical CO2 systems. The main element here is thermal storage, because it requires three things. One is the heat pump, the second is the storage medium, and third is the engine. The heat pumps and engines are the state of the art. There's a lot of work going on with transcritical CO2 at the lower temperatures and higher at medium temperatures, and then also at supercritical CO2 at high temperatures. So the cost is driven really by how do you store energy. The main reason, the main motivation for this technology was the low cost. It's much lower cost than a lithium battery or any battery that's out there. So that's the reason why this is getting a lot more attention, because you can convert what we call the volatile power, such as from wind farms and PV, to firm and dispatchable power. And you can store energy for long durations. And the material formulation that we have developed, it's tunable to any temperature you want between 60 degrees C to 200 degrees C. And it has a fairly high heat of fusion. And then, so if we can combine that with the right heat pumps and engines, I mean, technically, if we can just use the same refrigerant in both, that will be the best. So that's kind of the technology, what we are looking for a collaboration with any company that would like to work with us. So again, the material has been demonstrated to last to 25 to 30 years. In fact, the material that we have has been thermally cycled for 20 years without loss of degradation in the heat of fusion. No, we actually built a prototype TES system thanks to the help from Launch Minnesota and some Terra4 funds. The next step is just demonstrating that, and we believe that we can bring this technology to market within 2 years, because we have completely de-risked most of the issues. So it's just essentially just putting the system together and productizing it. So that's my speech here. So any questions?
Thank you, Anu. After all of that work, I'm glad you're down to just maybe 2 years for commercialization. And as a layperson, I don't know what we would do without sharp engineers like you to even analyze these complex challenges. So most impressive. So thank you, Anu. Our final presenter from the Minnesota side, Mr. Joe Strumman, who is the CEO of 2040 Energy. Joe, you are up. Joe, you need to unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me now?
We can. Well done.
Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Great. All right. I'm Joe Strumman. I'm founder of 2040 Energy. We are reinventing residential heating and cooling. So residential heating is a very large contributor to climate change. In the US, and approximately the same in the European Union as well, it's about 10% of total carbon emissions. And that adds up to, just between the US and the European Union, 1 billion tons per year of CO2. So most of that is coming from natural gas and petroleum, as well as traditional electric resistance.
Joe,
Yes.
I apologize, but we cannot see your presentation. We only see your desktop.
Oh, okay. I'll move it to the other screen. Do you see it now?
Yes, we do. It's not in, oh, there you go. Perfect. Yep.
Excellent. Okay. So as I was saying, the residential heating is, between the US and the European Union, it's about 1 billion tons of emissions per year. It's coming from natural gas, coming from petroleum, from traditional electric resistance heat, as well as wood heat when the wood is sourced unsustainably. As I think somebody noted earlier, the IEA is recommending to meet our climate goals, we should be having no more fossil boilers installed after 2025. That's 4 years from now. So there are a lot of solutions to this, a lot of them that we've already talked about today. There are ground source heat pumps, there's district heating, there's biomass, which can be carbon neutral in the right circumstances. But really the simplest and most cost effective and best in a lot of ways is air source heat pumps. And so this is a picture of an air source heat pump, or two of them actually. They're located outside, they extract heat from the cold air and bring that heat into your home. So we are developing a heat pump that overcomes some of the limitations of today's air source heat pumps. So as I said, air source heat pumps are very cost effective. They work great when they work, but they have some major problems. So one is cold weather performance. And particularly in Minnesota and Finland, this is something that affects us a lot. I mean, there is not an air source heat pump on the market, in any market, that's going to work effectively all the time in either Minneapolis or Helsinki. And it's not just our areas, it's 30% of the North American market, as well as all of the upper Nordic countries, the Baltics, Poland, a significant chunk of Europe. Our technology, using CO2 refrigerant and energy recovery from ejectors, will be able to supply heat for homes when it is 40 degrees below outside. For those of you science nerds, 40 degrees below is the same Celsius and Fahrenheit. So another issue with heat pumps today is they are limited in how hot they can heat water. Here in the US, we don't often use water radiant heat. That's mainly in older homes, but it's still about 7 to 10% of the market. In Europe, it's the vast majority of the market. And the heat pumps of today, they're limited in terms of the water temperatures that they can create. And they also have very low energy efficiency as you start generating those hot water temps. Our system is going to work at high efficiency for output temperatures up to 80 degrees Celsius, which is about 175 Fahrenheit. Another problem with heat pumps today is their climate impact of the refrigerant. The chemical that makes these systems work when it leaks into the atmosphere, as it nearly always does at the unit's end of life, is an extremely strong global warming contributor. This is becoming more and more regulated within Europe especially, but also within more states. Our system, since it runs on CO2 refrigerant, has virtually no climate impact. And finally, and this is going to be, from a business perspective, probably the most important part, installation for an air source heat pump today is actually quite difficult. You need a highly trained technician. In the US, you have to be certified by the EPA to handle refrigerants. Our system, all the refrigerant is self-contained with one single box, so it can be installed by anybody with a drill. The market for this product is huge. It's between North America and Europe. It's about $100 billion of annual sales of heating and cooling equipment. There are additional potential markets as well for small commercial, which is essentially the same technology as residential, only sold to a different type of customer. Large commercial spaces for water heating, is not just the space heating, but the water heating, that can be a market as well. And additionally, the technology can be applied to water source heat pumps used for ground source or district heating scenarios. So our strategy is to launch, I call this the Tesla pattern. Probably the more formal name for it is the manufacturing curve, right? But we start at a high price premium product targeted towards eco-conscious buyers. And as we increase scale, our costs decrease and we work down market. Within the US, we will also be running our own installation services to increase our speed to market and to have a closer impact with our customers. The team, so I'm the founder of this company. I've been obsessed with this problem of clean technology heating since 2017. I built the first iteration of our product, which is actually quite different, in my own basement. It's heating my home still today. Well, not today because it's summer now, but you know what I mean. I have some great advisors helping me out with this. Founder of a local solar company, founder of a fairly large biking supply equipment company, and as well as a technical advisor helping me with the mechanical engineering side of things. So our roadmap so far, we've completed the high-level engineering design, and we're currently working on the prototype. We expect to complete with that in late summer, early fall. And from there, we'll be moving on to getting some field trials running in customer homes. And then hopefully early next year, be commercialization and selling our product to customers. So if you're interested or if you want to get in touch, feel free to contact me. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Joe. You made your case very well, most impressive. You also made the case that the winners in this particular race have an enormous market to chase, and we hope that you're one of the leaders in this and that we're going to be hearing about 2040 energy for a long time, so wish you best of luck. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you all, Minnesota companies. I will now hand it off to Megan to hear from some Finnish companies.
Thank you, Steve, and the U.S. companies. Great presentations and very impressive work. We are going to continue on to the Finnish companies that will be presenting. I know we are running a few minutes behind schedule, so I hope everyone is still able to listen in. I will be introducing Mika Koninen, CEO of Ackrite, next.
Thank you very much, Megan, and if you can share me the rights of sharing so I can show a couple of slides. All right. So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
All right. How can I get this off? No.
We can't see the other window.
All right.
Mika, go
okay.
ahead.
All right. So hey, yeah. Good morning and good evening. My name is Mika Kanninen. I'm co-founder and CEO of Ackrite, and we are a company coming from Finland, southwest part of Finland, and we are battery experts. You know, the lithium-ion batteries are basically conquering the world. There will be utility scale batteries on the grid, and electric vehicles having the lithium-ion batteries, and we are working on that. So can you see the slide? Yeah. So our solution is a battery asset management software as a service. And what that means is that we provide battery owners with software platform to avoid risks, optimize the performance of the batteries, and extend the life of the batteries, meaning extending the business. And how it works. On the left bottom side, you have a utility scale batteries or e-mobility batteries, and all of those have a battery management system, which is basically collecting data from the battery. And we are using that data that is measured by the BMS. We are using that, and we are transferring that to the cloud, where we are preparing it on the correct format, and we are creating a digital battery system configuration, which means it's basically a copy of the battery, but in a digital form. And then we have our architecture and the back end to run diagnostics on the data. And also based on the data, we are giving prognosis, for instance, estimating the remaining of the life of a batteries. And the results we are presenting either through our web UI, which is our own mail web UI, or we can use integration layers to integrate the results and the system to customer IT. And our approach is pretty much that, first of all, the company has pretty extensive battery knowledge, but then we are using kind of a deep data analytics and traditional algorithms to look at the data, look at the battery behavior, and calculate different things on the data itself, and give kind of error messages and that kind of issues if there are anything related to battery usage or the performance of the battery. And on top of the traditional algorithms, we are using machine learning algorithms and models to make an estimations. And the estimations can be related to performance or the life of a battery or even the residual value of the battery. So we are providing kind of an insight to the future as well. And we have made our system very fast processing, meaning that we can digest a huge amount of data very fast and an efficient way. And we have also been able to solve the issue of paying very high prices to the cloud service providers. We can do it a very cost efficient way so that we can use huge amounts of data, but not to pay too much for it. And that enables also lower cost to our customers, and we can provide the service with the low pricing. Then we can provide alerts and notifications and guidances through our UI, and eventually it will mean that the customers have a very good insight of the battery and very easy way to access that knowledge. The market is growing very fast. I'm not going into the details of the figures, but the potential is really huge in many different segments. At the moment, we are concentrating on the utility scale. Our existing customers are European utility companies like EDP from Portugal and Fortum from Finland. And then we are having also in the e-mobility segment several pilots, but then also on the grid scale other projects as well. And then 3 points that are making us very good. First of all, the team and the cost efficiency. And then we have also patented technologies related to safety, which can be utilized in our platform, or then we can license it to the customers. And the team is really extensive knowledge. The founders have been working in the corporates like Nokia and the Microsoft, and we have 16 employees, over 100 years of battery experiences, 35 years of experience on the business-to-business sales and software development. And that's basically the team, and I would be really happy to discuss with any of the potential collaborators or customers or then investors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mika. Great presentation. I will now keep moving, and I will introduce Iira Salmela. She is the head of the international sales at SECAP. Iira, you may be on mute. Iira, can you hear us?
Now I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I took my headphones off. I guess that will do the trick. Can you see my blue screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. So yeah, my name is Iira Salmela, and I'm a proud Minnesotan living in Finland, but I'm moving back to Duluth this summer. So I'm excited to bring SECAP with me. Just like me, this company was born in Jyväskylä, Finland. SECAP is a cloud-based SaaS service built to alert individuals and teams, broadcast mass notifications, and collect critical data. All this in a cyber-secure environment. SECAP is trusted by over 100,000 professional users and in 10 plus countries, and we are eager to expand to Minnesota. We were named the growth company of Finland in 2020, and our sales have doubled in the past 2 years. And we are expected to grow our sales from 2.5 to 50 million by 2025. Our clients vary from small to large organizations, and private industry, public sector, and authorities. Among those are hospitals, fire and rescue, universities, cities, government entities, security, telecom, and of course the energy sector. We have a strong network with numerous partners worldwide, those including Airbus Defence and Space, and also, for example, Saudi Telecom Company. When we are facing different unexpected situations like disaster or infrastructure failures, we need to be able to react in seconds. If we are not able to do so, it might lead to loss of lives or at least to major costs. In the energy sector, for example, extreme weather conditions and predictions are really important. Just knowing when storms and floods and that Minnesota winter temperatures, earthquakes, etc. hit, an ability to really communicate efficiently and reach people in those situations is crucial. Getting immediate alerts and the ability to reach people when property, equipment, and personnel are threatened or even down can save a lot of resources. SECAP can help you cut down that downtime and get you back to operating normally faster. The platform is especially valuable for the energy sector because the infrastructure is often scattered, rural, and in multiple locations. It can work as an extension of your already existing surveillance and monitoring systems and provide backup, for example, when the networks are down. SECAP works with already existing mobile phones, tablets, and computers, so no new equipment investments are necessary. Also, it is easy to use and to get started on. When unexpected situations happen, how is your organization prepared to alert and reach the right people, and also respond in seconds, communicate efficiently in crisis, share instructions and guidance, create situational awareness that somebody just mentioned a while ago, and provide your lone worker safety tools? Efficient management decision-making in crisis is crucial, and efficient communication plays a major role in that. With SECAP, you can be prepared with message templates and automated alerting. You will be able to utilize geofencing to know where the alerts are coming from and where your staff is located. It allows you to communicate real time with chat and video functions. And for example, with infrastructure failures, SECAP can help you alert the right individuals and teams in seconds. SECAP also has a documentation tool that allows you to collect data, for example, for anomaly reporting, asset management, maintenance, coordination, and reporting. In that picture, you can see how SECAP looks in action, how it looks like on the phones. SECAP alerting allows you to utilize multiple different channels. The message can be sent to the SECAP app, text message, email, and browser, for example. And it allows us to utilize different networks to make sure the message is received. The person receiving the message can respond to them even if they don't have the app on their phone. So here's an example of how SECAP can help with the lone worker safety. It provides this one-click alerting with panic buttons and also a dead man switch. The buttons are fully customizable based on your company's needs and allows you to alert people fast and get their attention. SECAP can take it from there with automation and escalation and really save time in the time of crisis. SECAP alerts can be automatically triggered from your already existing infrastructure, sensors, monitoring, early warning, and information systems. Information can be tailored for each site or incident type and allow quick responses in unexpected situations, such as infrastructure failures. The recipients of messages can be targeted based on their skills, location, and availability, and they can just respond to alerts anywhere they are using their mobile phones. In summary, SECAP can help make energy production more efficient and profitable by cutting down reaction time and that lost revenue in infrastructure failures and emergencies. We look forward to coming to Minnesota and discussing with you all how we could become a valuable addition to also to your digital ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ira. I will now introduce Jukka Vakkula, CEO of Salo IoT Campus.
Thank you, and good morning and good afternoon, my Finnish colleagues. Can I share my screen? Yeah. Hope you can see my screen right now.
Yes.
Thank you. So my name is Jukka Vakkula. I come from Salo IoT Campus, and I'm actually representing the campus in this. So Salo IoT Campus is located in Salo. I download this one, and so we are founded in 2017, located in Salo, next to Helsinki, the capital city of Finland. So Salo IoT Campus is actually the location which was previously the Nokia factory and Nokia cellular phone factory and R&D unit, and actually we invented and bought the campus in 2017 from the Microsoft. And our idea is to build up the best innovation platform in Finland, and looking for the new companies, new innovations to locate it in Salo and locate it into our campus. Today we have actually roughly 100 companies already located in here, and also we have roughly 2,000 campus members. In the campus, we have different kind of companies in different segments. As our name says, IoT Campus, we have lots of technology companies and lots of different kind of high-tech companies in the campus. But also we have University of Applied Sciences, and also the Turku University is located in campus. Our different areas and different kind of buildings which are located in campus. So we have lots of factory buildings, but also the let's say offices, R&D units, and same kind of buildings. So idea is to build the community where the different companies can work and find each other and work together and find new innovations. Our market customer segments are we have lots of startups already located in the campus, and also we have growth companies, anchor companies, and educational units. And all these different segments are working together under the same roof in the same building, and building up the Salo IoT Campus community where the new innovations can grow. And we are more than happy to invite you, all our colleagues and friends, to visit our Salo IoT Campus, and hope that you can find a business in Finland, and most probably it will happen in Salo IoT Campus. One of our case example is that where we are is the batteries from Finland program, where Salo IoT Campus is the one player. So we have a couple of battery factory and battery players are already located in Salo and in Salo IoT Campus. And also we have the biggest battery factory in one of our manufactured units. And of course, we have lots of research and that kind of programs ongoing, and the University of Turku has already located in our campus to see and find new innovations in the battery business. So I'm more than happy to invite you all in Finland and also to Salo IoT Campus, and maybe in the future we can find more businesses together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jukka. I will now turn the presentation over to Jani Kilpenainen. Apologies for the pronunciation.
Close enough. That's close enough.
Janne Kilpeläinen. Right, just give me a sec. I'll be putting my screen up. Can you see my slide screen? Give me a
Yes.
sign if you can hear me.
We
Yes.
can see the presenter view, so we can see the notes as well.
All right, let me do the other way around then. And there you go.
Perfect.
Now it's good, yeah.
Right, excellent. So greetings from Oulu in Finland. My name is Janne Kilpeläinen. I look after the sales and marketing for Haltian. So Internet of Things is pretty hard, and our job is to make it as easy as possible. And let me just fiddle around between these windows here. So during the next few slides, I'll be going through what Haltian actually does and what we do with Internet of Things. I'll be showing what we do and how do we do and how do we make something that's complex into something easy, scalable, cost-effective, and secure as well. So Haltian has three different business lines, what we do. And we have hardware and software solution that contains sensors, gateways, inbuilt cellular connectivity, and cloud solution for device management. And we provide all of that as a kind of like a one package. Second, IoT data always requires a kind of like application to visualize and analyze the data that the sensors provide. And for that, we have a software solution called Empathic Building, and that's meant for digital twins in real estate. Our team also has years of experience on concepting and designing devices that scale to millions. And to some selected customers, we provide tailored connected solutions as well. So the difficulty with Internet of Things is pretty much the number of technology choices that you need to make to have a kind of like a complete solution. And we've made Internet of Things as easy as possible by combining devices, connectivity, as well as the service in one package. And what that does is that everything is scalable, cost effective as well, so you can predict the cost as well. It's secure, and it's pretty much global solution that's super easy to install as well. Our sensors support various use cases, from occupancy tracking, from indoor air quality, valves monitoring, and so forth. And it's a global solution, so pretty much out of box you can use our solution anywhere in the world. So without connectivity, we can provide sensor data for any kind of like a business application there is. Everything is provided as a CapEx and OpEx, as well as fully OpEx solution as well. So financial model is quite attractive for various types of customers as well. So with a couple of dollars per month, you get a complete solution with hardware and software as well. Our second line of business is digital twins for real estate. And this is actually how we visualize the data we get from the sensors. And what makes us different is that we can actually create a 3D-dimensional digital twin pretty much overnight from any type of floor plans that our customers provide. So we don't need any BIM data. All we need is a floor plan in JPEG or CAD format or whichever format the customers may have. It's pretty much meant for offices, different kinds of real estates, as well as hospitals as well. And it's pretty much the best user experience that we can provide for Internet of Data. And Empathic Building, what it does is that that it solves problems for HR by providing a great employee experience within the office, so space booking, finding colleagues, wayfinding, and so forth, as well as it addresses finance issues, so we can track the utilization rates of the premises as well as occupancy rates, and then also for facility managers as well, to make sure that the facilities work as planned and occupiers are using the facilities as well as possible. So today, for example, we've seen great demand for this kind of like a back to work type of use cases, or data-driven return to work, when people are returning to office, and many people are thinking that how to provide the best possible user experience for the employees, as well as making sure that they have enough space, or they are wondering, do they have too much of that space in their offices at the moment. The third line of business, what we do is that we do customized, tailored solutions for our customers as well. So this is an example, for example, from Posti. Posti is a Finnish postal service, and for them, we've developed this smart parcel locker system, which is rolled out across Finland and Baltics. So they are launching these about 5,000 to 10,000 new lockers every month at the moment. So this solution uses our connectivity as well as device management for these smart locks. So you may not think of this kind of like a lock as an IoT device, but it's actually using our device management, exactly the same cloud solution what we use for sensors. They use the same solution to manage these locks when delivering the parcels. A couple of other examples what we've done is for example, Smart Ring. We are the development partner for Aura Smart Ring, for example. We've done smart glasses for our customers as well, anything from hyperspectral cameras as well. But pretty much typically these projects have something to do with kind of like extreme miniaturization, as well as wireless interfaces, low power consumption, as well as kind of like a reliable two-way communication as well. So something to highlight about Haltian as a company itself. So a couple of years back, we were chosen as the cool vendor in IoT by Gartner. Our design team has won few design awards from Red Dot Awards, for example. And something that we're proud of is that everything is designed as well as manufactured here in Finland as well. So that's the reason for the design from Finland mark. So that's one way for us to control the quality of our services and products as well. So everything we design here in Oulu are actually manufactured also 10 miles from here. So we don't outsource anything to Far Eastern companies, as an example. Last year, just about the financials. So last year we grew 46%, and this year we've grown from January, April, 94% year on year. So here's an example of our customers. So Fingrid is Finland's transmission system operator, and maintenance in these remote power grids can be quite expensive and time-consuming. So you may need to drive long distances to remote locations, and that causes obviously a loss of time as well as a lot of CO2 emissions as well. And also you can imagine that these shutdowns caused by broken assets can cost a lot of money, and in some case result in power distribution interruptions, and boy, those cost a lot of money. So what we do is that we actually measure leak detection, temperature and humidity measurements in these control building rooms that each substation have, as well as in this picture, for example, you have highlighted this sorry, just a second. Give me a second. Mouse problem. So you can see these red dots here. So those are actually our sensors in these capacitors in the substations, and that kind of like helps Fingrid to manage their assets remotely in Finland and Baltics as well. Another use case is from Stora Enso. Enso is a publicly listed pulp and paper company with about 10 billion euro revenues, 26,000 employees, and in 19 countries. And what we did with them is to create this kind of like a valve sensor. That it's a sensor that you place on the hundreds and thousands of these manual valves in their production facilities. And what it does is it helps them to run the maintenance breaks faster, safer, as well as they can keep and maintain their process quality on the level that they need to be. And just a third example of our customers is Prologis. So Prologis is it's about 3 billion in revenue, North American company, largest industrial real estate company actually in the world, with 4,000 buildings and about 1 billion square foot in 19 countries. And what they do is that they use our sensor solution to manage their facilities. So keeping their SLAs with their customers that use their warehousing facilities, like of Amazon, for example. But they also use sensors to track the predictive maintenance for the facilities, with pumps, with leak detection, with different doorways, and so on. So hopefully that gives a kind of like a brief overview of Haltian and what we actually do. And I'm happy to take any questions and have a chat about IoT later on as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Aunt Janja. Truly appreciate it. Moving on, we're going to introduce Carlos Canto from Baysen. Carlos? I think you may be on mute.
That is correct, yes. Now I can share my screen. Just 1 second. Am I sharing my screen now?
Yes, we can see it now. Perfect.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, everybody. It is a pleasure to be speaking here in the Minnesota Roadshow. I am the Senior Vice President of Sales in Europe, Middle East, and Asia for Baysen company, and we're a full stack mission critical platform that enables innovation and optimization to its customers. One of our commitments is to bring exponential value generation by deploying the Baysen cloud technology. What does this mean? Basically, we can divide it in 3 business lines: the system of systems, the telecom operations, and the business on Baysen. In respect to system of systems, we have a unified experience for OEMs. So instead of utilizing multiple user interfaces, we can integrate all the technologies coming from the different vendors. Their systems are not necessarily compatible, and bring in a unified experience, linking many systems under a platform that is performed in the cloud by Baysen technology. In the case of the telecom operations, then we are enabling all the infrastructure, ICT infrastructure performance, so we can bring in real-time awareness and have all the situational awareness for all the components, so the continuity of the operations remains uninterrupted. We're speaking about routers, switches, firewalls, access points, servers, and data centers. In relation to business on Baysen, we are basically co-generating with our customers all the different needs that they have in mind in the implementation of industrial Internet of Things. This means that we bring in the needs of our customers, the Baysen experience, resources, technology, and we come in with new business lines in order to bring them with the possibility of diversification and exponential growth in a secure, scalable, reliable, and confident manner. In terms of our development, our commitment is always to be bringing exponential value generation and deploying the Baysen cloud technology. When we speak about the platform, we can see on the right-hand side the accumulation of all the different stacks in the platform. We start from network accessibility, data centers, computing and storage capacity. All of this is necessary to bring in the cloud services, the cloud management, and we bring in data analytics, device management, and the user experience. The company was founded in 2001 with the focus on bringing end-to-end solutions to our customers, enabling additional services from the customers to their end users by deployment of the software as a service technology, integrating sensors, gateways, platforms, and now with this aim, focusing on smart energy, smart solutions, smart city, smart living, and smart sensing. All of this always mission critical application focused. And the idea of our technology is to serve as the back-end infrastructure, to identify, to monitor, to analyze, to optimize all the remote management, the systems integration, analytics, coordination, and data enrichment, as I was telling you before, to bring in the situational awareness. Currently, we have 12 data centers that are globally distributed, and our customers are utilizing our solution, bringing in and serving more than 80 countries. Solutions that we have been building on top of the base platform are global construction site control, smart building and energy, smart living and e-health, data centers and energy management, industrial automation, fuel telecom operations support system. In 2018, Gartner was listing Baysen as one of the top 10 companies in the world supporting a digital twin organization. So this was a great recognition. As a practical cases, we can see the integrated smart building, where we can control the full functionality from each apartment or each house, or for the whole buildings, or for a group of buildings from your mobile phone, your computer, or your user interface. This is an example of the deployment in Kalasatama, the smart city district in Helsinki, and also focusing, as it was mentioned before, on demand response aggregator, service operator and demand response aggregator, everything running on the Baysen platform. When we speak about integrations with other systems, this is a great example. Wärtsilä utilizing their SCADA system in this vessel, Baysen platform managing the integration of consumption and monitoring of efficiency of this rotation cell, everything exported to the cloud and bringing that information to the decision makers. Another application case is in the grid loss reduction project in Rwanda. That was a huge success, and focusing on smart substations, utilizing technology that is not hackable, that is secure, and that brings in mission critical applications the right level of security and reliability. A little bit about our architecture. We get the data from data sources, we get the external data as well. We combine that data, external data and internal data together by bringing computational services. And then we bring in web services, export services that are given to the end users for actionable data so they can take the right actions. Please be in contact with us. We have our operations in Europe and in the US. Mr. Bob Fucci is our representative in North America. And here you can have their details. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carlos. So, as we have literally run out of time, what I would propose is that if anyone has any questions for the companies, any of the panelists, please be in touch with the Business Finland team, so myself or my colleague Petra, who's also on the line, and we will make sure that we connect you and help to get any answers that you may or may not be looking for. Now, I want to kind of wrap up because we are so far behind. I want to start wrapping up the program. But before we say closing remarks and things, I want to turn it back over to Steve Rydell for some words. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Was almost exactly 4 hours ago that we began this event by a greeting from the ambassador. I just want to remind everybody that this is just the beginning, that the ambassador of Finland is coming to visit us. So I hope Minnesota is going to get excited about that. And I and my office will be playing a role in that. So this is meant to be a building block, not a one-off event. And in terms of what we're going to do in the months ahead, I would like to just share a single slide, Megan, if you'll permit me, to mention an electric vehicle and electric vehicle infrastructure event that we're going to have quite soon. And one of the speakers is going to be a Finnish native who lives in Minnesota. So Megan, if you could permit screen sharing, I'm just going to bring up that single slide just to tell people about it. And then I promise we'll be done. I'll bring up the slide and let me know when you can actually see it.
We can see the slide. Perfect.
Wonderful. I hope everybody recognizes this guy from Saturday Night Live. Will Ferrell did us a favor and let us know that we're actually playing catch up in electric vehicles. So this was really a kind of inspiration that we need to look more closely at the transition which is underway elsewhere. And the Nordics in particular, including Finland, obviously had a role to play. So we have an event coming up on June the 8th, and we should have the link in the chat function. If not, contact us. The event will be called The Coming of Electric Vehicle Infrastructure in Minnesota, Lessons from the Nordics. Takes place on June the 8th. We've got a very special speaker from the government of Norway, who is the former Minister of Transport. He's going to be telling us how did Norway do it. So and maybe Finland knows the story better than we do. We don't know this story yet. How did Norway pull it off? How did they get to be #1? So we're going to hear that story, and we're also going to hear from a local Finnish expert who lives in Minnesota. His name's Jukka Kukkonen, and he is our local expert. So he's going to tell us about Minnesota's EV scene. And also tell us a little bit about his Finnish experience. This is a picture of a Cadillac Lyriq, which will only be available next year. So we're thrilled that you're going to be joining us for that event as well. Please do. I want to send I hope Mr. Jukka Vakula of Salo IoT is still on the line, because I wanted to send a signal to him that I have been reaching out to Minnesota IoT companies in order to pave the way for some B2B networking between Salo IoT, maybe some other IoT companies from Finland, with our IoT companies here in Minnesota. I think there's plenty of potential there. So there's much more work to do. This is just the beginning. But before I sign off, I want to acknowledge Business Finland, the Embassy of Finland, and especially Megan Williams for all of the work she put into this event. It was supposed to be in person, but she did a marvelous job of arranging today's virtual event. But the good news is that in the weeks and months ahead, we're going to start to see you in person. So thank you for an opportunity to present from the Minnesota side. And Finland, we can't wait to see you here in Minnesota later this year. Back over to you, Megan.
Thank you, Steve. Truly appreciate it. So a lot of exciting things coming up, and I would like now to just take the time to thank everyone for their participation. I think one of the main takeaways is that Finland and Minnesota have a lot of synergies in these areas. There's a lot of business opportunities from both the invest in and export sides. As I told many of you in the past, and as Steve just mentioned in his closing remarks, this is not a just once and done event. We want to build further connections to business opportunities for both sides to find success in all of these areas and more. The themes will not be going away anytime soon, and now is the time to capitalize on these opportunities. For myself and on behalf of my colleagues, we look forward to working with everyone and bringing new business to Finland and in Minnesota. Thank you, and with that, I will close the program. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.